who has actually bet the time, because really he has come in time. We thank him and appreciate him for this. This is a rare opportunity to get him, and managing time is part of him. So we thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Peter Rokeris, the Minister of Minerals Development. You are very welcome for this national workshop on Minerals Value Addition event. I'm going just to take you through our program. We are going to share with you the hard copies of the program, because we are pretty sure that most of you have the soft copies of the program. When we are sending invitations, we would also attach our program. But maybe Annette, you could help us to distribute the hard copies so that our guests have the program that we are running through today. Maybe I could be going through it. Registration is done. Thank you so much. And we kindly request you that if you've not registered yourselves, kindly, when you're going out, remember to register. We need those contacts. The first item on our agenda, we are going to have welcome remarks from the Executive Director of Madi, Minerals Africa Development Institution, Dr. Frank Dixon Mujenyi, will give us welcome remarks in just a few minutes. Then he will kindly invite the opening remarks from the EU delegate or delegation, and then we can continue with the program. Let's warmly welcome the chairman or the executive director of Madi to give his opening remarks. You are welcome once again.
Our guest of honor, Honorable Peter Rokeris, of State for Minerals Development, Mr. Leonard Reader, representing the European Union, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me say all protocols observed, as they say. My role here is very simple, is to welcome you for this very important workshop that we are going to have today. This workshop, I'm not going to say much because I'm going to be making a presentation on what it is all about. So I'm just here to welcome you, thank you for having come to join us. We as Madi, Minerals Africa Development Institute, hello? Hello? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technology. That's what we are trying to discuss. Thanks for coming. We really are going to have a good day today. We know that Uganda is among African Union countries that has enacted a new law on mineral resource development. And most of the part of that law is to ensure that Africa benefits and Uganda benefits, and is part of East African to benefit and part of the continent. But most of the times, African countries have laws in place and have policies in place, but the challenge is how do we go through and implement these laws to benefit Africa and the other stakeholders, the private sector and other engagements. So this workshop today is going to be deliberating on a number of issues. We are happy to be to have the European Union, Minerals Africa Development Institution is part of the one of the biggest projects that is being implemented by the European Union and Africa, which is called Africa Maval, or EU-Africa Partnership for Critical Raw Materials. but we also happen to be privileged to have the minister with us in mineral resource development and other key stakeholders that will help us to steer around and have a good discussion on how do we move this sector to ensure that it benefits all. So as I've been requested to make just a few welcoming remarks and also invite our first speaker who is going to be giving remarks on behalf of the European Union, please allow me to invite Mr. Leonard Derrida to come and give his opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Leonard Derrida. I'm the acting head of cooperation. And I'll be giving the speech on behalf of the EU delegation. Honorable Peter Lokeris, Minister of State for Mineral Development, representatives of the various government agencies and departments, our hosts, the organizers from Minerals Africa Development Institute, colleagues from the Diplomatic Corps and the development partners, members of the private sector, civil society, and the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted and honored to address you today at this workshop organized by the Minerals Africa Development Institute. In the new vision of this Tuesday, 22nd of August, we learned that gold has become Uganda's prime export. The new vision article also stated that this increase of revenue from gold exports is mostly attributed to a number of refineries that are adding value before export. It is therefore no surprise that the topic of value addition is at the forefront of the agenda of His Excellency President Museveni himself. The addition of value to Uganda's raw materials and the potential benefits this can bring to our population is at the center of his speeches, and this is a sentiment shared by the European Union. Minerals have long been recognized as a valuable natural resource, but their true potential lies not only in their extraction, but in the strategic process of value addition. As a nation rich in mineral resources, Uganda stands at a crossroads, poised to harness the immense opportunities that value addition can bring. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, minerals are the foundation upon which modern economies are built. They are essential components in various industries, including manufacturing, technology, construction, and energy production. Uganda is endowed with a diverse array of minerals, including gold, copper, cobalt, iron ore, limestone, to mention but a few. These resources hold the key to catalyzing economic growth, generating revenue, and creating much-needed employment opportunities for young people. The recent report of the Uganda Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative indicates that artisanal and small-scale mining plays an important role in job creation. And as far back as 5 years ago, over 1 million Ugandans were working directly or indirectly in this sector, benefiting approximately 10% of the country's population. And this number has only increased. In addition to despite the significant progress made in Uganda's mining sector, simply extracting these minerals is not enough, given that the global market is characterized by fluctuating prices and robust competition. To truly maximize the benefits of mineral wealth, Uganda must focus on value addition. As the recent New Vision article demonstrates, Uganda's journey towards value addition is already underway. However, Uganda will need to adopt a multifaceted approach if it is to truly harness the potential of minerals and value addition. As His Excellency the President rightly emphasizes, an important enabler for the extractive sector is the accompanying infrastructure development. Adequate infrastructure, including reliable power supply, transportation networks, and skilled workforce, are crucial for successful value addition. Investment in these areas will facilitate the smooth functioning of processing plants and refineries. In addition to infrastructure, sound policies and transparent regulation are needed. and one such step in the right direction is Uganda's admission to the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative in August 2020. Despite this milestone, more remains to be done. Clear supportive policies are essential for attracting both domestic and foreign investments in value addition, and a stable regulatory framework can instill confidence in investors and encourage long-term commitments. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, together with its member states in a Team Europe effort, the EU reaffirms its commitment as a solid partner on this journey to value addition and stands ready to do more. The report of the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative I mentioned before was established with the support of the EU as a contribution to the creation of a transparent and investment-friendly framework. As we speak, the European Union is funding technical assistance in support of the Directorate of Geological Survey and Mines. Part of this support includes drilling at a number of iron ore prospects in Kigezi. Together with France, the EU is investing 60 million euros in the rehabilitation of the Kira and Nalubale hydropower plants in order to provide reliable energy for Uganda's industrialization. In a joint effort with Belgium, we have committed another 50 million euros to support skilling and job creation in the country, focusing on increasing the availability of qualified workers and the employability of youth and creating new job opportunities in key green economic sectors, notably in the construction, energy and IT. In line with the recently proposed EU Critical Raw Materials Act, we are ready to engage even further with Uganda in the context of a mutually beneficial partnership with a view to promoting economic development in a sustainable manner. Minerals and value addition hold the promise of transforming Uganda's economy, and by focusing on this strategic approach, we can create a sustainable and resilient mineral sector that drives economic growth, job creation, and technological advancement. Let us work together to unlock the full potential of Uganda's mineral wealth and secure a prosperous future for all Ugandans. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. And I kindly request the guests to maybe give him another round of applause, because it's really been rich, especially when he talked about the New Vision article. It caught my eye, and I think we should really get time to read it and understand it, because if gold is becoming a major export, then I think this workshop is really varied, so that we articulate how to mitigate that. How do we do a refinery of gold and make sure at least we add value on the minerals that Uganda really is rich with. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, and we are going to take action. Our second item on the agenda is we are going to warmly welcome our chief guest, the Honorable State Minister of Minerals Development, to come and give his remarks. A round of applause as he assumes the stage.
I'm sure the evening, the morning is very good, isn't it? Yeah, thank you. The Chairman, the Executive Director of Minerals Africa Development Institution, Madi, the representative of the European Union, permanent secretaries, and all government officials, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. On behalf of the Ministry, I wish to acknowledge and commend the team at Madi under the leadership of Dr. Frank Dixon Mugenyi for organizing this national engagement on mineral value addition to look at how to create an open and constructive environment to support the economic, social, environmental, structural transformation of African mineral sector. I am personally honored to have been accorded the opportunity of giving the keynote address at this important workshop, which will pave way to promote value addition to the mineral sector in Uganda for enhanced social and economic development. The workshop is timely, given that Uganda only recently promulgated the Mining and Mineral Act 2022, and subsequently the Mineral and Mineral Licensing Regulations 2023, as well as the ICGLR Regulation 2023 for prevention of illegal exploitation and illicit trade in designated minerals. And this is to launch a sensitization campaign on Uganda's mining and mineral legal framework on 29 August 2023. Recognizing that Uganda is one of the newest mining legislation on the continent, special attention was made to benchmark other mining legislations on the continent, as well as to embody the aspirations of the African mining vision into the current policy, legal and regulatory framework. A case in point is the recognition by the African mining vision of large mineral potential of countries in Africa, which can be promoted for economic growth and development. However, exploited minerals lack the value addition through the value chains and development outcomes from the exploitation of mineral resources were far minimal, and goes further to prescribe a strategy for African countries not to only seek to optimize revenues collected from extractive companies, but act strategically to increase and retain the value of the resources extracted by creating and strengthening the linkages between the mining sector and the rest of the economy. With the wisdom of His Excellency the President, the country has been on it. And in 2011, an export ban on raw minerals and concentrates were imposed to allow for the country's mineral resources to be used in such a manner that they make a historical and durable contribution to the future of the economy. It cannot go without mention that Uganda is endowed with a good geology, which is dominated by old rocks of up to 3,100 million years, and is favorable for discovery of world-class mineral deposits. This is seen in the legacy mineral deposits, which as the copper and cobalt deposits in Kilembe, the tin, tungsten, tantalite deposits in southwestern Uganda, the various limestones and marble resources, in western, eastern, northern, and northwestern parts of the country. And recently, under the Mineral Development Program and its promotion activities, steady progress has been attained in increasing mineral resources. New gold targets have been identified in several parts of the country, including Weju, Bende, Namahingo, Karamoja, and Sombo districts. Over 300 million tons of gold ore in Alupe in Busia, 500 million tons of rare elements in Makutu in Bugeri district, 60 million tons of graphite, carbon at Orom in Kitukum district, 318 million tons, and a resource of over 1 billion tons of iron, ores, that is hematite, in southwestern Uganda, and 111 million tons. Magnetic in Sukuru, in Tororo, 230 million tons of profit and phosphate at Sukuru in Tororo, 54.9 million tons of high-quality vermiculite at Namakara in Namafwa district, among others. Therefore, government in its right of ensuring mineral value addition came up with the mining and mineral policy of Uganda of 2018 with a goal of increasing the development of Uganda's mineral sector in a cost-effective and efficient manner through increased investment, value addition, national participation, and revenue generation to contribute significantly to eradication of poverty and promote socio-economic transformation. This speaks to Uganda Vision 2040, which projects the mining industry to be a major driver in development creation and GDP growth through the subsectors, forward and backward linkages that will be a resource of revenue, employment, and economic lifeline industries. In this respect, the Mining of Minerals Act of 2022 has therefore provided for national participation, local content, and value addition, where national participation has been provided by, among others, the creation of the Uganda National Mining Company, as well as state participation interests of up to 15% in large-scale and medium-scale mining licenses, if government chooses to do so. And local content is provided for by requirements to seek goods and services, as well as human resource first from local companies before anywhere else. The law has also provided a requirement for community development agreements as opposed to only corporate social responsibility, as in the past, which was not mandatory. To cement all this, the law has also provided for mineral agreements in respect to exploration licenses, and large-scale licenses of high capitalized and complex projects, and the prescribed form in the Mineral Production Sharing Agreement. Mineral value addition among the mineral value chain, which is the pillar, has not been forgotten. The law has rightly provided for the requirement for licensing of mineral beneficiation facilities, that is, mineral processing, smelting, and refining. This is to promote investments as well as promote opportunities for investment in the midstream, and downstream of value chain, as well as regulation to ensure sustainable exploitation of the country's mineral resources, and to also ensure availability of raw minerals for the country's manufacturing industry. To ensure that the country gets the best of its mineral resources, the law has been provided for competitive bidding for brownfields as opposed to first come, first serve, as it was previously for mineral prospects. This is to do away with speculation, but also ensure one with the best technical and financial proposals is handled as a mineral asset, to conduct detailed explorations and subsequent mineral development activities. It cannot be said the policy changes have been implemented without issues or stumbling blocks. With the export ban, there have emerged what are now termed as stranded mining licenses. These are mining licenses which were issued before the export ban and have since not been able to invest in mineral beneficiation facilities to process the mined minerals to products that would fit the definition of value-added products in the context of what informed the ban. Considering the inclusiveness of government, while implementing policies and other interventions, a cabinet subcommittee on mineral value addition has been put in place to look into the issue of the stranded mining licenses, among other things required for the successful implementation of the policy, and is soon to report back to cabinet. So the subcommittee has been moving everywhere in the country to see the effect of the ban on licenses we issued earlier before the ban. And one of them, which is very outstanding, is called vermiculite. The nature of the vermiculite, and why it should be used immediately on the spot. That one, the committee will report soon to cabinet. On a positive note, the policy and strategic move has started paying off, as seen by the establishment of midstream processing facilities. Some of these facilities include 8, that is, gold refineries established within the last 6 years. 2, direct reduced iron plants established. These have been established in Jinja and Uganda. 18 smelting plant being set up in Ruti, that is in Mbarara. An oligophosphate fertilizer manufacturing factory established in Tororo. 3 additional cement factories to make a total of 5. And 5, 2 tile manufacturing factories. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has built 2 mineral beneficiation centers in Ntungamu and Port Photo. targeting transforming artisanal and small-scale miners, as well as providing mineral beneficiation test work to support mining operations. The future of the mining industry is indeed bright, and there are projects with good prospects on the horizon, such as the following: the Alupe Gold Mine Prospecting Project, which is owned by Wagagai Limited, which is to produce substantial tons and tons of refined gold annually over a mine life of 30 years. So I think is going to do that. And we have not got one, which I know where it is. There is one in Amudat in Amudat district. Also a gold mine is being opened there, a good one. It is almost going to be like that of Ogagai. The Makutu Rare Earth Project, that's by Rwenzori Rare Earth Metals Limited, which is to produce 42.640 tons of rare earth oxide over a mine life of 33 years, and is to generate revenue of US dollars 6,960,000. A refinery for the production of selected rare element metals is to also be established. The Kilembe Copper and Cobalt Mine Project, which procurement of an investor is in advanced stages to produce copper cathodes, cobalt metal, and other metals contained within, gold, silver, and nickel. The Orom Graphite Project, Consolidated African Resources Limited, that is the one country which is owning it, and is to produce graphite used in electronics, energy storage, sensors, coatings, composites, and biomedical devices, and expanded graphite used in airtight metals, the oils, flame retardants, high-power batteries, electrodes, and mineral materials. The Namakera, the one I told you, vermiculite one, Namakera Mining Company, which has a production capacity of 2,000 tons per month of vermiculite, at least at a grade of 90% purity, and life of mine going beyond 100 years, is to set up an exfoliation facility for exfoliating vermiculite for local consumption, and is also work with stakeholders to develop the local market. This particular material can absorb water if exposed to water. And when it absorbs water, it becomes useless. So it must be kept dry. And then when you do exfoliation, to expand it, those expanded materials must be used on site. And to do so, in Uganda, we don't know what way we shall put those expanded products. So that's why we are trying to tell government, let us export for some time on a selective basis. We export, and when some people come get the issue of it here, then we may say, okay, you do the production here. But according to the explanation the experts gave us, it is not easy yet. It is those markets where they use for production of brakes, for what, I don't know. But as we move to innovate we might get the use of it here, and then export what we can. Government is keen on optimizing its benefits from these projects and such projects which are to be developed. And for some, their operating expenditures are quite high, and therefore, government is to work with the project developers to have capacity developed locally so that the country taps into these operating expenses. The very essence of mineral value addition, government is also aware that value from mineral projects is lost if it does not invest in data acquisition and management to know the exact value of mineral deposits. And as such, private companies whose objectives are usually to maximize profit for their stakeholders take advantage of the situation. Therefore, the ministry is taking all necessary measures to ensure the right infrastructure and human resource is available to monitor mineral exploration projects as well as mining operations. The future of the mining industry, given the mineral resource in Uganda is endowed with, is therefore very bright, and the government is to continue to pay special attention to the mining sector. Lessons have been drawn from other mining jurisdictions in the region, where the industry has been able to provide much needed revenue, employment to its people, as well as an opportunity at life for its people in terms of providing goods and services to the mining projects and operations. Speaking in the spirit of African brotherhood, they call it Ubuntu, as our brothers from South Africa, whose mining industry is ahead of Uganda's and with whom Uganda has been working closely to have the South African Uganda Trade Investment Summit in Kampala from 7th to 8th of next month. So you can take advantage and attend that meeting. That is this year, 2023. Would say it has been recognized as to be more difficult for individual countries to achieve mineral value addition as individual countries compared to as a bloc, given the counteracting forces from those currently benefiting from the mineral resource of Africa. And also the reality of it not being easy for a single African country to bargain on its own. Therefore, the government pursues value addition in the country. It will also continue to pursue regional collaboration and or intergovernmental collaboration in mineral value addition for capacity utilization in midstream, downstream processing facilities, among others. I wish to reassure you all, the country at large, that the government is committed to developing the country's mineral resources. At the continental level, mineral resources include oil and gas in such a manner as to ensure they make a historical and durable contribution to the future of the country, and shall continue putting in place supporting infrastructure such as sustainable energy, transportation, as well as human resource for sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. Before I conclude, therefore, allow me to invite you all to this association workshop of Uganda's mining and mineral legal framework from 29th August to 1st September 2023, which you can register to indicate your participation, either by physical attendance or online through a link which is available. My staff will give you the link so that you can participate through it so as to know what is happening in the country. In addition to what I have already told you. I finally wish to thank you all and the team from Madi for organizing this engagement, as well as the Office of the President for hosting the event. Having said so, I would like to salute you again, and I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we thank you very much. It's always a pleasure listening to you. And what an honor that we have this morning, that we hear from, he's not just a senior in the mineral sector, but he's also born in a land where minerals are abundant, just in case we did not know. Karamoja is one of our major area of interest, all of us here. And there's no any other person that you would want to think of except the Honorable Minister. So with that, I would like to request each one of us to please applaud him for wonderful remarks. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. In a special way, allow me to invite my former boss, my father in the mineral sector, the one and only, a very senior person in the mineral sector as well. They have walked the journey with the Honorable Minister. He's a former chairperson, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for a long time, actually a founder. He also served for a long time as a chairperson, Board of Trustees. He has never missed one single mineral event, whether it is small or big. If I am there, I have seen Honorable Richard Kaijuka present, either sitting quietly or on a high table, or speaking, or advising, or commenting, or asking. Please allow me to request your applause as we welcome my former dear boss to sit at the high table. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. It's always a pleasure to see you. Your presence is very significant. Then you know that we are not just sitting, but we have elders in the house. And we are going to get proper guidance. This is a workshop which I kept telling my colleagues that we are not coming here for, what can I say, to take pictures like my brother Emma is doing, but to actually sit and work and come out of this place with a very good report that I expect to attract even the eyes of the president. I forgot to say that my former boss, again, is also sitting at the Presidential Presidential Investment Roundtable, PRT. And he has sat face to face with the president, representing the mineral sector. And of course, value addition, what else? What would we have to tell if we had a chance, the president, represented by our seniors, except value addition for a long time. But I believe that today is going to be a special one. And like I said, like I was saying, that we have to come up with a report out of this meeting, out of this working meeting, 1 hour. We agreed with my colleagues that we shall have strictly 1 day, not 1 hour, 1 day workshop for us to sit and work in this small room, doors closed, nothing else, but to work and deliver a report that every one of us is going to be proud of thereafter. I would like to go on to our next session and invite the chairman, the founder, not just founding member, and the current CEO, Minerals Africa Development Institution, Dr. Frank Mujeni, to carry on to the next session. Thank you very much.
I think I will request the team to project my presentation. This session is to take us through the objectives of this meeting. Why are we here? As Minerals Africa Development Institution, our mandate, why we are established as a think tank for Africa, is to support the African Union member states on how to advise them on how to ensure they benefit from their resources. My experience, having worked with the African Union in charge of mineral resource development, and before then with the COMESA in charge of industrialization, mineral resources play a critical role in each and every sector of the economy. And no economy in the world has developed without a strong manufacturing sector. And there is no manufacturing sector that can exist without mineral resources. But also the service sector, because traditionally the neoclassical linear progression of an economy from agrarian to industry to service has been taken by events. So now even the service industry is based on mineral resources. You can't have a plane unless you have resources. You can't have ICT unless you have resources. You cannot have optimal yield in agriculture unless you have fertilizers from mineral resources. So this session is meant to take you through why are we here, why are we doing this. The introduction of this session is that Uganda has decided that minerals should contribute to the national economy. And probably in the planning for the next national development plan, they are looking at expanding their tax base. And if that's going to happen, the sector that is going to be targeted to generate revenue, most likely by attracting investors, will be the mineral resource sector. So one of the objectives here is to understand how minerals, through value addition, can contribute to a national economy. What is the national economy? And I would just ask the team to go quicker on that one because it has a lot of, next slide has got a number. We have three areas. We have 3 markets in mineral resource sector. Keep on pressing, please. The first one is the financial markets. The financial market is where you have the money. You have the money demand, you have the money supply, and the liquidity. And this is mainly where now most of the African countries focus. They want to get money. You have to get US dollars. They want to pay their salaries, to pay people. But at the same time, they have to generate money through interest rates from lending, but also through taxes, again, taxing sessions. The next one would be the market, the product market. The product market is the product of goods and services, where you have the income and expenditure, the consumption, the savings that would go into the finance sector is a factor of the consumption. It's a disposable income. If you don't make more money, you can't save. If there's no saving, you can't invest. So this is a big market, and this is where most of the governments are going in Africa, to produce tradable goods that can add money into their pockets. But the third one, which is very important to us, is the factor markets. And the factor markets is what we have, labor and our resources. These are factors that we have to use diligently and contribute to the other. So these three sectors are so interdependent. In so doing, you can continue until you come to the end of it, because I will not elaborate because of the time, but this presentation is there for everyone. So we can just go straight on. But when you look at it, you'll find that it tells you how you must have the income, which is why it must be equal to the expenditure. If an economy doesn't have that equation, then you have a bit of a challenge. So Uganda has put a new law on how to to ensure that these resources contribute to its national income based on those three markets, the financial market, the product market, and the factors market. So the new law is looking at how to improve the mining and mineral resource administration and business processes to ensure efficient collection and management of mineral revenues, promote value addition in the production sector, and ensure that there is an increase in the mineral trade using the factors we have. Next slide. And our law is actually tailored to the Africa Mining Vision, as the Honorable Minister has alluded to that. Uganda is one of the countries that actually developed a new law that is based on the Africa Mining Vision. The Africa Mining Vision talks, which was endorsed by the heads of states and government in 2009, talks on having a transparent, equitable, and optimal exploitation of mineral resources to underpin broad-based sustainable growth and socio-economic development. So, normally a vision is a vision, and how to implement it is what member states have to strive to do. There are some instruments that have been developed under the Africa Mining Vision. Today, we shall listen to one of them, which is Africa Mineral Resource Classification and Management System, which will help us to actually manage our resources, especially by formalizing the ASM sector. This Africa Mining Vision has a number of principles. It's quite a lot of them, but I've just mentioned these few bullet points, about 6 of them, which are very critical for this session. We look at downstream beneficiation. We have to have linkages with the downstream linkages. Manufacturing, producing products from mineral resources, not exporting raw materials. We have upstream linkages that feed into the local content, the domestic industries that supply the mineral resource sector, the mining companies. The local content has got a high budget in every mining company. About 60% of the budget of any mining company goes into local content and procurement of local trade goods and services. Then you have to have side stream linkages. Infrastructure, you cannot have value addition, you cannot have anything of this unless you have infrastructure, you have power, you have logistics, you have communications, you have water, you have hard skills, technology development, human resource development, and research and development. These are very critical. Then it also talks about harnessing the potential of the Africa mine, of the artisanal small-scale mining. We had earlier on that it is potential to contributing to the economy. It employs more than some of the big companies. We can focus on it creating labor, creating employment, creating wealth for the communities, but also working hand in hand with the big mining companies. We now have to have mutually beneficial partnerships between the state, the private sector, civil society, local communities, and other stakeholders. And of course, the most important thing is that we must have a comprehensive knowledge of our mineral endowment. And Uganda is one of the few countries in Africa that has actually done an aerial survey at high resolution for the whole country. So this is how Uganda has been investing. So when the president comes up with a vision to say, we have put money, now we want to benefit, how do we do it? So let me go to the next slide. We have 3 levels of economic growth globally. You cannot develop unless you have gone through these levels. It's like you want a kid to start running or driving a car when they haven't started walking. So we have factor-driven economies. We have efficiency, technological-driven economies. Then we have innovation-driven economies. You cannot move from one to the other without fulfilling the needs for you to progress from one level to another. In Africa, when you want to go from P1 to P2, you have to do examinations. You have to study hard. If you want to go from university, you cannot progress to another class unless you have satisfied the teachers and the markers that you are ready to go to the next level. Economies work on the same level. What are the characteristics of a factor-driven economy? Let's look at them. Next slide, please. We have, for a factor-driven economy, and with this, you will now determine where your country, Uganda, is best. A factor-driven economy is the best on primary industries. It has a low technological sophistication, low skilled labor, dependency on natural resources, low value-added products, limited economic diversity, weak institutions, and vulnerability to external shocks. So the prices at the external level of any commodity goes low, then you have a problem. They go high, then you are in a boom. They go low, you are in a bust. So this is where you are, and of course, we are still into analog situation as we move along. Now, to ensure that we move from this to the next level, you need to at least target 3 areas. Invest in human capital, invest in technology, and ensure that you have economic diversification. Not looking at just one sector to be the one, but look at entirely broadly on other sectors. Then we have efficiency or technological-driven economies. These economies, next slide, please. These economies, and this is where I think most of the African countries tend to go. Next slide. Emphasis on innovation and technology, and most of the countries need to go into this. Skilled workforce. You must invest in human development. From stage 1, if you invest in human development, then you have skilled workforce. Then you have high productive levels. Productivity is so high. Some countries, you go to China, producing a shirt, one shirt will take just maybe 17 seconds or even less than a minute, a shirt is finished. In Africa, producing a shirt may take you 1 or 2 hours. So you cannot be competitive. Then you have knowledge-based industries. You have to ensure that you invest in knowledge-based industries. You have to go into robotics, and you want to go into flying drones and so forth. Economic diversification, as we saw. Strong intellectual property rights. We want young people to innovate, produce goods that can now be intellectually protected. And if you don't have these ones, then how can you produce something? We need to have efficient infrastructure, entrepreneurial culture, and global competitiveness. You cannot be able to move into this sector unless you can produce something that is tradable globally. How are you going to market your things globally? Even if you produce a chocolate or produce a battery or you produce a spare part of an engine of a plane, can you actually sell it there? Are we capable of meeting that market demand and meet its conformity and then competitiveness? Then for you to progress from this to the other, to the next level, please, next slide, please. You need to look at, again, significant investments. So countries need to consider significant investments. You need to have strategic planning and adaptation to stay at the forefront. You don't go back and forth. You have to make sure that you've moved in that level, you stay there. So then we go to the third level of development, where most countries think they can go. These are the current developed countries where we are talking about. These are depending on innovation, on intellectual property rights. You want to produce a spare part for a laptop, it is already copyrighted. You want to produce a phone, it's already copyrighted. You want to produce an engine of a car, it's already copyrighted. Even a block of an engine is already copyrighted. It's a Honda, it's a Suzuki. How are you going to progress from even a battery that you want to produce for a car in Europe is already patented? How are you going to produce it unless you have really a sophistication economy? And this economy is characterized by advanced knowledge and expertise, cutting edge research. People just do, you have such a whole room full of young people in just innovation, researching. They have a whole innovation centers, young people looking at what is the next high-tech production. We have high-tech industries, robust intellectual property protection, global leadership in innovation. If we want to move there, how can we even produce anything that can lead in this technology of the world? You know, you look at countries like US, China actually now competing on being the leaders in innovation. Produce something that hasn't been produced. A Samsung, but the next Samsung is Samsung 12, and you haven't been able to produce anything for Samsung 1, but the other one are in 14, 15. So where are we going? Collaborative networks, entrepreneurial ecosystems, focus on commercialization, sustainable innovation, continuous learning and upskilling, and of course, strong government support. These are all the things that you need to go to. So moving from stage one, from a factor-driven economies, where most of the African economies are, including Uganda, into the next level, efficiency-driven economies to innovation-driven economies, you need really to ensure you are investing. And this one talks about sustained investments. You can look at all the three, they are talking about sustained investments, but the investments in is different way. The first one, invest in human resource. Here is sustained investments in research and development, fostering collaboration, support entrepreneurship, and continuous adaptation to emerging technologies and global market trends. So once you understand these markets as policymakers, then you can determine where you want to go, how do you support your sector to go into innovation or into value addition, because it is not an affirmative action to do value addition, it has to make an economic sense. Now, these are pillars. I'll just skip that because you read this presentation, but it tells you what are the pillars for each session. So how do minerals contribute to this kind of transition from factor-driven, efficiency-driven, and eventually innovation-driven economies? So Africa, minerals for development, the role of the transformational role of broad-based economic growth and development, the nexus between industrial growth, manufacturing, and economic growth, moving away from commodity export to value-added high-value products. We now to look at which market are we targeting. Next one. Challenges. Next one. Next one. The challenges we have here in the mineral resource sector is that most of the African countries are actually attracting foreign direct investment. That's the whole purpose. They are looking at the mining. They actually look at it as a mining sector, not as a minerals sector. There are two different things. Mining is extraction. Minerals is a value chain from one end to another. So if you are focusing on mining, it's like you're focusing on agriculture. You get food from the soil, you have to wash it, you have to cook it before you eat it. That's value addition. But it's not actually mining. You cannot get a mineral and eat it. It goes through a transformation process. So there is a dependency on royalties and corporate tax. There's no investment in human direct investment, human capital, investment in research, investment in innovation. We are actually thinking that royalties and corporate tax will give us money we want. As we said, we looked at the financial sector. The incentives only are skewed to big multinational corporations. The small ones, the ASM, have no incentives to grow. The ASM sector is neglected, limited government income and potential for tax evasion, and therefore there is also lack of value addition and job and wealth creation in the mineral resource sector. That's where the government wants to go, the last bullet. But what are the objectives there? To promote industrialization through value addition, enhance government revenue, build local industries and create wealth and jobs, but also grow our ASM sector as the potential African private sector in the mineral resource sector. Next slide, please. So you ask yourself, for the mineral sector, is it for revenue maximization? Do you want to just attract revenue, tax whoever comes in your sector to manage to get more money? Or do you want to go for value optimization? How do you look at your mineral resource sector? These are two different aspects. If you want to look at tax generating revenue maximization, it's different from if you are looking at it from value optimization. Revenue maximization focuses on generating the highest possible revenue for the government through taxes and royalties imposed on mineral extraction and production. This approach aims to capture a significant portion of the mineral supply chain, ensuring that government benefits financially from the exploitation of the mineral resources. And most of the countries in Africa are competing here to increase their revenue. Therefore, they contribute to what we know in minerals as a race to the bottom. Everybody is rushing where there is low tax. If your corporate tax in Uganda is 40%, 30%, and Tanzania is 20%, and royalty is 6%, or in a band of 4 to 5%, then companies will go where they think there is less tax. So this is what happens if you are actually focusing on revenue maximization. If you are, on the other hand, looking at value optimization, thank you. Value optimization focuses on enhancing the overall value of the mineral resources by encouraging activities that add value along the entire value chain. This approach involves incentivizing investments in downstream processing. Incentivizing, you don't use a stick to get companies to add value. You give incentives to attract companies to invest in value addition. You have to have investments in downstream processing, investment for manufacturing, and other value-added activities that create jobs, promote economic diversification, and increase the overall value of the mineral resources. Who is going to invest in your value addition is not the companies that is doing mining as of now. Their job, their core business is mining. It's a value chain. You mine. If I grow my maize, I don't have to add value to it. I have to sell it to a miller. The miller will add value to it. The miller will sell it to a wholesale company. The wholesale will put it on the shops and sell it. The same thing with minerals. The person who does the mining has to sell it to the next person who does processing. The processors will add this value, produce intermediate goods, and sell it to the manufacturer until you get to the final products. So this is how, but these have to go with incentives. How do you incentivize and attract investment in value addition? For instance, how much is your cost of your energy? Can you actually have energy that is good enough, strong enough, and cheap to produce and process iron, for that matter? So here we go into the development of the value chains. Now, I want to introduce you to the understanding of the value chains. Value chain mapping, and that's what I think Uganda needs to go. We need, and Africans, let's not just be singing value addition. Let's sit down, let's do a proper analysis of each value chain. When you look at, for instance, agriculture, because let's be comparing this. When you go into agriculture, you have tubes, roots and tubers. This is agriculture. How you add value to roots and tubers is different on how you add value to dairy products. A dairy, a cow, will have about 5 value chains: a hide, a horn, a hoof, an egg, a body, and even the milk produces different value chains. So the minerals have got various different value chains. Unless we do value chain mapping to understand how do we add value to what, and how do we go about it, then it's difficult for you to tell someone to add value to something that you don't know what you want to produce. If I want to produce a cheese, I must know I need milk from a cow. I don't necessarily need a hide. I need milk. If I want to produce a shoe, I want a hide. It all comes from a cow. If I want a button, I want a horn or a hoof. So there are different products. Depending on what products you want, it will lead you into what value chain you want to focus on. So this can result in increased downstream processing, value addition, until once we have understood this. So why do companies mine? You know, when you see companies coming to mine in Africa, why do they come to mine? They are not coming to mine because they want to make money or sell commodities. No, they are coming to mine because there is a demand and supply. that we all know in economics, that the supply determines the demand, or the demand determines the supply. When there is a lot of demand for these minerals, companies will come to Africa to look for those minerals. And where do the demand come from? From those companies who are already into the innovation and efficiency technological advancement, who want intermediate goods, who want to produce chips, who want to produce batteries or spare parts for electronic vehicle or any other things. They will want this, and that will force a company to say, where can I get a mineral A, B, or C? Companies which produce aluminium, they will need bauxite. Those which produce steel, they will need iron. So they are not coming to iron because they want to mine. They are coming to mine because there is an order and there is a demand for that iron, that mineral, to feed into an industry that will produce a certain good. And we are going to see some of those as we go along. So understanding the minerals value chains, we'll have to look at the upstream beneficiation, which is local content, downstream beneficiation, which is manufacturing and so forth, and sometimes side stream linkages. Next slide, please. So then once we understand that, I'm going to just take you through that one, then we can know how then, where do we want to focus as a country, as a region, as a continent? Let me show you the demand that is there for now. Next slide. When you look at the demand for critical minerals, US has a list of 50 critical minerals. But it's not a matter of critical minerals. They feed into the planes, the sophisticated technology, chips for Samsung, Intel, and so forth. So this is why they need. And when you look at the demand for some of the minerals that we have in Africa for the next 50 years, then you can determine where do you want to focus. Next slide, please. You look at, for instance, lithium. Lithium demand is going to increase by 506% between 2020 and 2050. Cobalt is going to increase by 460 between 2020 and 2050. Graphite is going to increase by 415 between 2020 and 2050. On the other hand, iron and aluminium, they increase only 10%. And that's why we are producing a lot more, because most of the countries are producing iron ore and we're going. But when you look at the continent as Africa, we probably need more iron ore than the rest of the world will need it, because we don't have railway lines, we don't have buildings, we don't have where we need iron ore. So we can actually do value addition for iron ore for domestic consumption. Why do you look at other minerals for export? Because the demand for iron ore and aluminum globally will be less than those others, because these feed into those products that we are looking at that. But what about the demand for Africa? Next slide, please. The demand for Africa, if you look at focusing on how do we produce for our own demand, we are 1.4 billion people. 600 of our people are still living with no energy at all. So how do we try to look for producing and adding value to sell precursors to Europe when your people don't even have energy, and you have the solar, you have everything, you have all these solar panels, but your young people in schools can't even know how to produce a solar panel? Why are we focusing on the demand for the rest of the world when we have even more demand in Africa? We have 3-wheelers, 2-wheelers, they need these batteries. So how do we focus our attention to add value to what we want and produce? That's why I love development minerals, because development minerals and any mineral can fit into the development mineral definition, because a development mineral is a mineral that you can add value to and consume in your own territory, in your own country, your region, your continent, because you can add value. Even if it is diamond, if you can produce diamond for industry, it can be a development mineral. So why don't we focus on development minerals and see how best we can move faster? Then, can we also turn our comparative advantage, next slide please, into competitive advantage? Are we competitive enough to compete with China, for instance? China has 90%, refines 90% of the global world's rare earth. Uganda has recently found that we have a lot of rare earth. So can actually Uganda compete with China in processing rare earth, when China is already processing 90% of the global rare earth? So where can we find ourselves? So let's look at how do we attract then investments in the mineral resource value addition for feeding our own African demand. With that, I just want to introduce you to the value chain. And I'll be quick on this one because it is very common. But again, please, the value chain has this normally what you'll see in the books, textbooks, has got this linear progression from exploration, setup of the mine, the mining, processing, market, and remediation, or making this where you mine. And again, Africa is actually not going into remediation because most of our open pits for mining over 400 years are still open. Even including Ngwenya, the oldest mining industry was in Uganda, in Africa, in Swatini. Ngwenya mine is actually 42,000 years old. And they are producing iron ore for coloring, which is still feeds into our colors. So there used to be value addition a long time ago. But we are on that, that's where Africa is. So when we go up, as in case there, we have what is upstream beneficiation. We have local industries that supply, and these actually are good enough for an economy, and they actually part of the value chain for minerals. When you say value addition for minerals, don't think of just turning iron into steel. Think about someone who is doing catering to add value to supply a mining company. Someone who is doing PPEs. Some of the companies, our ASM don't have protection equipments. Go to salt mining in Katwa and you'll see what is happening there. Even gold mining. So if these industries are there and they can create more money and they can generate more income and they can generate more wealth and they can contribute to economy, how have we, as saturated, do we have enough industries that supply the mineral resource sector, that supply bolts and nuts, even including welding? If a company who wants to do petroleum, and I think we have the petroleum people in this house, and they want welding, which is about 3,000 degrees Celsius, do you have someone from Katwe can be hired to go and do a welding in that? Do we really have that component to feed the mining companies, even at the mining level, before we go into value addition? So then we have the downstream beneficiation. Go ahead, please. So we have the downstream beneficiation. That's where companies, governments want to go. But remember and focus on our factor-driven economies, efficiency, technological-driven economies, and innovation. If you want to go into the beneficiation and manufacturing of mineral resources, you need to have moved at least to efficiency, technological, or innovation stages. So then you have young people who can produce small things that can even feed into drones. The young people can open up a drone and know this piece is made of this. Just an example. Kayora bus, which I think all of you know, has over 30,000 pieces that can be there, and almost 70% of those are from mineral resources. So far, they are not producing anything from Uganda, which means the Kayora bus at the 20% local content cannot even sell within the Continental Free Trade Area because the rules of origin under the Continental Free Trade is 40% value added. So if you are concentrating on Kayora bus, which we already have, what minerals can we feed if we are going to increase the local content of the Kayora bus from 25 to at least 60? Those it can even trade under the Continental Free Trade Area. And to all these things will need side stream linkages. And this is what Africa Mining Vision says. Says, do you have upstream beneficiation linkages? Do you have downstream beneficiation linkages? Do you have side stream linkages, infrastructure, research and development, human development, skills and so forth, financial development? So once you have done that, then you can actually look at benefits you get from upstream, downstream, and so forth. So that is the entire value chain. So once you want to understand it, then you know where can we focus ourselves in terms of value addition? Where can we put emphasis as a country? Can we put emphasis on blocking export of raw materials, or can we focus on those who can support mining and so forth? I'm not saying I'm against the, stopping export of raw materials. I'm just saying strategically thinking, how can we go about these issues? But let me introduce you to just a vertical integration of the integrated value chain. Then you will understand, can we have an entire integrated value chain in one country? That's why I'm putting this slide. Can we actually add value to one mineral? Let's take an example of iron ore. Can we mine it, add value to it, make steel, and from steel make other products? Because steel is an intermediary product. You go to roofing, you want to go and build and so forth. Can we do that? So you have 3 stages of transformation: primary transformation, secondary transformation, and final transformation. Final transformation is the phone you have, the water you are drinking, the glass, and everything. These are final transformation. Can we be able to even do something at the primary transformation? Can we add value to this transformation? To do that, you need to understand which market you are going to add value. Which market are you targeting? You don't start saying, I want to add value. You want to add value to say you are good. If I'm doing my kabalagala, I'm cooking my pancakes, I know I'm going to take it to the market. Some people will buy it. If I can't do that, I want progress to being producing bread, a loaf of bread, with no market to buy it. Who will buy the loaf of bread when the market can only buy pancakes? So how can we produce goods which we cannot consume? So which market are you targeting? Domestic, regional, or international? So, and this should be high-end markets. So to do that, please continue until you get some other places because time is, right. So to do that, you still, you need other things. You need raw material suppliers, you need component suppliers, you need business development services, you need incubation. Please continue until you finish because time is not with us. Market intelligence, you need to conduct all that. You need to do quality infrastructure. Quality infrastructure is very important. I just pick a few of these because even at the sub-regional level, when the goods cannot come from Uganda to go to Kenya, is because of the quality. That's the non-tariff barriers. If your quality, Kenya is producing a chip, if you are going to go into value addition, and there is young people in Kenya producing chips, and we produce chips, but they don't meet the standards of Kenya, but Kenya wants those chips, then Rwanda is actually assembling a phone, Mara phones. So why should we even focus on producing 500 pieces of the phone? But will you sell it to them, or will they prefer to buy those international because of the standards? So this quality infrastructure is very important. Training institutions, export promotion, and so forth. So this is where we need to really understand the entire value chain, and then we can know how far can we, as a country, even if we want to add value to first transformation, primary, and then go to secondary transformation, and then sell our goods to those who can have sophisticated markets where they can finish off and sell their products. That will be okay. At least in that product, Uganda would be known as one of the originating countries because you have added something to one value to another level. And I think the ministry is focusing on that. They want to look at what percentage can we add value. They are not actually saying let's produce everything, but let's do incremental value addition. And I think that is a very important aspect. So let's go and then until we go, please. So, so my point here is, if we cannot have an entire integrated value chain in one country, why don't we focus on regional market? If we want to add value as Uganda, why don't we harmonize our policies and our law with Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda and South Sudan, so that we create regional value chain? Because together we can lower the economies of scale. Together we can produce infrastructure. Together we can have low cost of energy, and we can easily progress ourselves, because even these continents where they have grown, they have not grown in isolation. You go to Europe, they have centers. Antwerp, you go to India, they have a center that is processing gemstones from Africa. So if you go to London, you have the center that has been processing gold and diamond. So why don't we have regional hubs, regional processing hubs? And this is for the investment authorities. Why don't we come together and have a regional processing hub for minerals? Unfortunately, minerals in Africa are so sovereign that you can actually cross from here to Tanzania carrying a sack of ground nuts and nobody would touch you, but you carry a sack of salt, a sack of gold. You'll be stopped on the border. But this is the same East African community, the same COMESA market, it's the same IGAD. And these are free trade, and now we have a continental free trade area. So why do countries not come together and put those harmonization of policies, regulations, and laws that can assist value addition, not as a country, but as a region? Because even when you look at Europe, they have standardized, harmonized policies for products to be produced in Europe, produced in Latin America, and so forth. So if we have gone into regional integration and we are still playing sovereign on our resources, but we want to add value, it may be completely difficult. And once we produce those goods, then we can start now collecting more revenue, not only from the company which is taxing you, coming to mind, but from the products because of the HS code. The moment you transform from one level to another, that good is going to cost you income tax or duty because of the transformation under the HS code. So there is more benefits once you add value, but it may be complicated and difficult for certain minerals until we do value chain mapping to know which mineral can we mine effectively, add value to competitively, and trade to any market that we want to do. So my recommendations are different, just simple. Let's first understand our value chain mapping. Let's understand how do we add value to these minerals. Which mineral can we add value to? Which can we, because sometimes a mineral is better off sold as a commodity because it will fetch you more money to invest in side stream linkages, which you want. You want infrastructure, low cost of energy, lowering the transaction cost and so forth. You want to build a railway line. You want to look at which mineral costs less or costs more. If I export my mineral, which is high demand, can I use that money to invest in infrastructure that then now attract investment in manufacturing and processing? We want to identify the bottlenecks. We want to look at stakeholder engagement, gap analysis, intervention and improve strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. Once we understand these in a country, we shall be able to develop these regional value chains. Then we'll overcome challenges of economies of scale, lowering production and transaction costs, and collaboration in investments in the side stream linkages. That's the end of my presentation. I hope I have been able to set the stage, and then we can deliberate effectively. Thank you so much.
You're allowed to take a deep and calm breath. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been invited for dinner, and the host, yours truly, Dr. Frank Mujenyi, has just served. It is entirely upon you to digest, enjoy, and have a fruitful meal. I would like to categorically say, before I invite you to give a round of applause, that this is exactly why we are here. And in my view, we are actually done. You can as well let us go, Mr. Host. Our dinner is done. But we are allowed to have some desserts. So please join me to give a very wonderful round of applause to the founder of Madi. Thank you, Dr. Frank Mujenyi. I would like to recommend to you to please start tomorrow and document the wisdom, the passion, the resources that you carry in your flesh and blood for the mineral sector. This should not die 100 years from today. This is needed thereafter. So please consider my recommendation. And if you need help, I'm here. We can find someone to sit you every morning for 5 hours and document that kind of wisdom. To my dearest audience, the nature of this meeting from the beginning is not supposed to be where we sit and we receive presentations. We sat down in our boardroom and agreed to have this meeting more of an interactive session. To have this meeting, like I mentioned earlier, more of a working room where we are not sitting to listen, but rather talk and agree and have a way forward that is going to give us a perfect implementable report, sort of. Because I know that we can live here, we are blessed with the presence of the right Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister. And who knows, he can lead us to a table with the President if we have this day utilized very well. So I would like, with your permission, sir, I would like to alter a bit of our program today. We're supposed to move on to a presentation from the ministry, but I would like to have 10 minutes, and I will time myself here, of us digesting this meal we have just had. Because, I mean, what a presentation about value addition. What a presentation. We cannot just let it pass and when we move on to another presentation. Do we agree? We cannot. Minds are bubbling, ideas are running, so why don't we have 10 minutes from now and digest this? And I will welcome your comments, questions. This doesn't have to go to only Dr. Mujenyi. You can actually ask my dear boss and say, from the presentation I have had, why has it taken us long to have value addition implemented? What is the problem, sir? You have been here. You can actually ask the Honorable Minister. You can ask, we have presence from, we have presentation from embassies, like the French embassy is here. We have one of our key stakeholders in the sector, Jennifer Hinton is here. I'm seeing faces, we have the ministry here. I'm seeing Hope, UNDP is here, EU is here. So feel free to ask why, because I know you're as angry as I feel. What is happening? Frank makes you feel like, okay, what can I, so please, I welcome your comments, I welcome your questions, and we have 10 minutes. So I'm timing from 5, 6 right now, after 10 o'clock, and we should be done a few minutes after 12. Yes, sir. Can I have someone writing these questions for me down, please? Thank you. Isaac, we need a microphone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Honorable Minister and the different dignitaries. My name is Alan Agumia. I've been in the mining industry for 13 years. I've also been engaged in mineral value addition. I had a sodium tungsten plant that was processing tungsten into sodium tungsten in Namamvi, in Mukono, with some Indian investors. I've also engaged in tin processing into tin ingots. So I have engaged in the mineral value addition that has been advocated by the government. But I think there's a very huge information gap between the government and us, the mineral miners in the sector. I'm also a vice chairman of the Miners Forum in Uganda. So I speak from a very informed point of view. We used to mine and concentrate tungsten from our mine in Nyamliro about 7 years ago. And the ore that we used to extract was about 40 to 50%. And we would concentrate this ore up to 68%. So there was a mineral value, there was an addition in terms of value. We increased the profits that we were making from, previously, before we had a beneficiation expert coming on site, we used to export concentrate, tungsten concentrate of 65%. But when we brought the expert, he increased our concentration from 65 to 68%, and this gave us an increase in profit of $20,000 on a container. So my issue is, government needs to come out clearly and tell us, if I concentrate tin from tin ore or rough ore and concentrate it up to a national standard, international standard, because the international standard for tungsten concentrate is 65%, and this is where the price is set internationally. So government is losing value because this is coming directly from the mine and is not being improved in terms of percentage. So if I concentrate tungsten from 50 or 40%, because we also used to concentrate the tailings that were on the mine, that were 3, 5, 10%, and we concentrate them up to 68%. I know, but if government wants us to set up plants to smelt these minerals or make products like sodium tungsten or ammonium paratungsten or tungsten oxide, we need to know. There's that information gap that I think we need to clarify. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I want us to agree whether we should handle each comment or each question, or we first have them together and then we have them handled at last. So what do you think? We handle each one? We have like 3. Thank you, sir. Can we have 2 more, please? Any other question? Any other comment in regards to Frank's presentation? Yes, Madam Jennifer. Microphone, please.
Thanks everyone for excellent presentations. Really useful, Dr. Frank, on explaining the complexity of what we're talking about here. I'm wondering if anyone on the panel can comment about regional integration, whether the government of Uganda has been talking to neighbors about partnering on this, on minerals value addition, because we know every country in Africa is talking about this, trying to develop their own domestic value chains, et cetera, et cetera. Has this process started? I know the DRC and Zambia is coordinating on battery mineral value chains. They'll need to source from manganese from South Africa, graphite probably Mozambique, nickel probably Madagascar or elsewhere. So they're actually thinking and mapping out who they need to work with to develop these battery value chains. Have any of these discussions occurred for any of the commodities? Is this what we're talking about today? Because it's been talked about for a few years. Is the government actually acting on this and engaging our neighbors?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you. Our last question. There is a hand here, and there is another one here. We'll have both of them. Okay, we'll end with you, and then we stop there. Please introduce yourself first.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Chigala Jesse. I'm an internship trainee at Madi, and thank you very much for the presentation so far. I have 2 comments. I've been doing petroleum geoscience, so as we talk about minerals at the 10th Petroleum Conference and Exhibition, one of the issues we had was Africa being underexplored, yeah? And as young people, some of us are geoscientists, some of us know these value chains. But when you come to the issues of capacity building and exposure, the hands-on skills, there's a very big disconnect between academia and practicality. Because you'll find an artisan knowing that there's gold in the veins, yeah? And you'll be in position to actually time those veins and mine the gold, yeah? So my question and comment is, how do we bridge the gap between academia and the real field? And then my next comment is about collaboration, because we're talking about value chains. Some of them are very big, and they can't be accommodated in just one country. That's why they're talking about regional integration. And you'll find that even in country, the different MDAs, the different agencies that are doing different things, but within the same sector. So how do all these people see the same side of the coin? How do these people work together more closely so that things can take off faster and they can all speak with one voice? I submit.
Thank you very much. Please help me pass on the microphone. Okay, he has. All right, thank you.
Hello. Yes, good morning. Thank you everyone for your submissions. My name is Wesley. I work as Operations and Media and Youth for Development for Madi. My question is really put to our Ugandan counterparts. I would like to know if there are any plans to initiate facilities like innovation centers, creative hubs, research facilities that can bring together this ecosystem so that for, like my brother has just said here, for our people on the ground who are coming out of universities and want to have practical applications and also shared knowledge and experiences between the sciences and the extractive industries and the innovation and creative spaces. I would like to know what, if anything, Uganda may have in store in regards to innovation and creative capacity facilities, and how soon or long it may take to initiate these initiatives. Thank you so much.
So I would like to know, Wesley, are you asking government or anyone concerned, including the private sector?
Thank you. I think government and private sector right now to start off with. Sorry, government to start. I believe private sector at times moves on its own winds, I think, depending on if they have the funds to be able to get it started. They don't have to go through as many hurdles as governments have to. So I would like to know what governments are doing for, yes, innovation centers and the youth as well, before we find out what the private sector is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a gentleman there. We'll first have that for now, so that we can control. No, here in front. Here, excuse me. He was first, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm called Tom Suga. I'm a miner and a chairperson of Miners Forum Uganda. I've been in the mining sector for the last 15 years. From the time we've been hearing about the issue of value addition from the and from government, we have never really gotten serious answers as in the entire situation of value addition. I want to appreciate Dr. Frank for that insightful presentation, and I'm glad that the minister is here and the people from the department are here. I pray that you adopt that kind of document, because it answers all our concerns as in regard to value addition. Because of much of what we've been hearing and you've been telling us, it's been wishful thinking, wishful kind of that we want this, but there's no been start to the end of all that we want to achieve. Dr. Frank, thank you very much. And we at Miners Forum, we gladly and would like to associate with that kind of submission, and that is what we shall discuss with our team to make sure at least the issues that are discussed in regard to value addition take that kind of direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. I am beginning to get excited. This is now becoming what we dreamt of it to be. So I would like to have Dr. Frank, please, respond to the first question, except for the two young people who are concerned about initiatives like facility centers and practical applications of what they have studied, which I will allocate to government and private sector. Please, Dr. Frank, could you help me respond to the gentleman worried about his investments? And then we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think Alan is just spot on. I think in my submission when I talked about 3 stages of transformation. To what level can you transform your minerals? Yeah. So if we have our mineral sector, our own private sector, trying to do some transformation to a certain level, I think the government has been thinking about this, but we need now to consider to work with the government and agree, as I said, mapping each and every mineral, at what level can you add value competitively to be able to feed into the global market. So if they have been adding value to tungsten at a certain level, 65%, and that's what can be marketable, can the government allow them to understand to say, okay, we believe you have added value. But I think that would be based on how the government implements its value addition policy, based on the Presidential Investors Roundtable dialogue that has been going on for a long time, which we are part of, to ensure that we allow our private sector to operate as long as they are adding value, but to what level, depending on which mineral. Because some mineral, it doesn't make sense that you should add value because you cannot produce a product that will be tradable across the border. But what you can add value is bringing in good money, and you're creating employment, you're adding value. So as we grow to the next level, where we have efficiency and technology, but we should allow some level of value addition for those who are doing it. And I think I do entirely agree with him. So we can follow up on the discussion, and then we can engage the government together.
Thank you.
How best we can go.
That's the way forward. I was about to ask you, sir, what is the way forward? Because for a long time we have said government needs to, but then we come back to this. So if you mention that we can have a follow-up discussion and see how to engage government, is that a bit satisfactory for you, Alan,
Alan.
Alan, is that right? I was trying to remember your name.
I would love if the minister could please clarify if investors are allowed to export the concentrate.
Yeah.
Because currently, when the export ban took effect, even people exporting concentrate, not the rough ore, we are banned from exporting. So with the new law that has come in place, are mines going to start operating again and exporting this concentrate, or government still wants us to process this concentrate further into final products like tungsten, ammonium paratungsten, or tungsten oxide? This is what I want to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we are going to organize. I think this cannot be satisfied here. I would love to think that this is a roundtable sort of meeting, but there are things that will not get here. But we can carry forward, like he has said, so that you have another small roundtable with him and government. Then you can say, please.
Maybe for Alan's case, I don't know if the representative from the ministry is here, because maybe he would be best to answer than the minister himself. So if you can give a chance for the...
Can we have a microphone? We have actually two. But he put his hand up first, then you can give him later.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister, about that presentation. So whatever has been asked has preempted what was in my presentation. So through the Minister, I'll respond to the 5 questions. I'll start with the one from Mr. Hamia Agumia, where he says that they've had a sodium stamp cell plant for quite some time, and also they've invested in a tin smelter. So if you realize from Dr. Frank in his presentation, he talked about the African countries. Most countries, most of their policies have been bent on extraction. That's mining. So even from our policy, you realize in 2021, 2011, it was a mining policy. Even to the Mining Act of 2003. But if you've noticed now, we have the Mining and Minerals Policy, then the Mining and Minerals Act. So in the wisdom, of course, of government, we knew that there are other sectors of the value chain which had been left out. For instance, the downstream processing. So there's that lacuna. Is that under manufacturing industry? So if you realize from the minister's keynote speech, in the new mining and minerals law, we have introduced what they call the beneficial licenses. So those ones will cater for the smelting, the refining, and the processing. So in that way, we are able to promote that sector, then we're able to also regulate. Then by that also, we're able to provide for opportunities for people to do that. You may find that Agumia at that time was doing it in Namabe there, even without our knowledge. And that's been happened with most of the gold refineries. You find they'll choose maybe a state legal regime which is more appropriate for them and not necessarily for the country. But in our wisdom, that's why now we have put it under regulation and the law. So going forward, we shall have all those. Even Agumia, once setting up a refinery, he applies for a license. The study report is well evaluated and is doing it the right way. Yeah, so that is how I can respond to that. Then Ms. Jenton Hinton talked about regional integration. The minister in his keynote speech talked about collaborations, intergovernmental collaborations. These have been ongoing. We have what we call joint permanent commissions. There's the Uganda-South African Commission, and that is resulting into the Uganda-South Africa Summit, which is coming in next month. We had one a couple of months ago, I think it was in May in Johannesburg. Now we're going to have another in September. So, of course, coming up from the African continental level, all these policies and visions and, of course, have to be adopted by the African governments. So at the regional level, if you recall, the minister said that it is difficult for you to apply these strategies as individuals. It's better to go as a bloc. So even at the EAC level, we are working on the EAC mineral validation policy and strategy. And in our wisdom, we felt that we have identified some strategic minerals which can be developed at a regional level. For instance, if you have iron ore, what wisdom is there for you to have an integrated iron and steel plant, maybe using a blast furnace of high volume of 2 million tons maybe per annum, which requires input of huge volumes. So if you can get some of that material from DRC, from Kenya, from Uganda, it feeds into that, because with a bigger capacity, you're able to have a lower production, lower production costs. That's where China beats the rest of the world, because they have these huge production facilities. So all that is being thought of, and we are engaging other partner states on how we are to engage them. In fact, in the next coming weeks, we are having a JPC with the DRC and all other things which we will be engaging on. Then to do with Mr. Kigala Joseph, the intern from Madi, in terms of the opportunities and what's being done, the linkages between the academia and industry. If you'll have noticed, while we are coming up with the mining and minerals, we had a principle for us to regulate geoscientists. Currently, there's no framework on which geoscientists or people involved in the mineral industry are regulated. So Parliament, in its wisdom, saying that we should come up with a separate law. So currently, we have what the earth scientists bill. So working on that. So very soon, we shall have a bill which will regulate geoscientists. In that way, you'll have associations of different sectors or different professions in the industry. Through associations, that's where you can have linkages with industry, capacity building, and all that. But also in terms of innovation, we asked another question about innovation. The Minister talked about 2 mineral beneficiation facilities that the Minister has so far established in Fort Portal and in Tungamo. These facilities, we put them out with the target of us transforming, especially the ASM, at small and small scale mining, from the position in which they are at to a higher level, maybe to go into the midstream, the medium scale mining, then eventually large scale. So they are to be located in different regions. So far we have done the western in Fort Portal, we have done the southwestern in Tungamo. Soon we shall also be building another in Busia, then Moroto. These beneficiation facilities will have technologies tailored to the minerals in that area. And these can be accessed by academia. Currently, we have the mineral laboratories in Entebbe, and this is what currently supports the academic. You find all students from all the universities who come and do their studies, their research work using our facilities. But these beneficiation centers, we're already on them, and we're only left with equipping them, and that's another strategy that the government is implementing. Then I'll go to Wesley's question. Of course, the innovation centers, but also we have the Science and Technology Secretariat, which also is very keen on different sectors of the economy. So they are trying to come up with innovations to see how different sectors can be assisted. So also that they're establishing innovation centers for different sectors. But in terms of the mining industry, we already have the innovation centers, which we are establishing in the country. Then Tom and Subuga, of course, was just given an applaud for Madi and for organizing this workshop of value addition. But the government also, of course, like the minister said, next week we shall be having the sensitization on the new legal regime. So also, of course, aspects of value addition will be tackled. And going forward, we shall continue having a summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gabriel Data. Chris. Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted to add on to Chris's submission on the young people in the internships, because Madi has got that kind of program. One of our KPIs is to develop youth mineral resource leaders, 1 million youth mineral youth leaders by 2030, 1 million across the continent. And what we are trying to do with this, for instance, our colleague will be talking about the African Union instrument on the African Mineral Resource Classification and Management System. They have a Pan-African reporting code. So we need African competent persons that can actually develop and evaluate projects, do feasibility studies, and those feasibility studies and projects proposals can be endorsed by AMREC, which is an African Union instrument, even if they are cannot be approved by YOG or Others International, but at least up to the level of AMREC, they can be certified. And I'm sure probably our colleague who will go and speak later can also assist the young man, because they are going to be under African Union putting programs which Madi will be supporting to develop a team of competent persons at the African, within Africa, who can be then regulated, as Chris has said, like an engineer. You have to be regulated so that if something happens, or a doctor, you have to have that association and accreditation that you can actually develop a project and complete it. This is what is missing. If you're a geologist, you are a mining engineer, you are even an economist, you can even come in terms of how do you evaluate a project, even at the ASM level. How can we ensure that our ASM can produce a project proposal that fits and is accredited by the Africa Mining Vision within the AMREC system? But I think my colleague will speak more on that one. But and we also look at what we call triple helix. The government works with the academia, and government works with the private sector to ensure that the skills are developed. And that's what is one of our mandates as Madi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frank. I would like to give an opportunity to development partners on that same issue of bridging the gap between what we actually study and what our resources require, what is on the ground. The young man has a serious issue. What we study does not fit in what our resources require. And for us to be able to add value, we must fit into what our resources require. I cannot go to school and waste 35 years, 25 years, and then I come out, I cannot add value on salt. I'm waiting for Kenya to give me a machine. What are the plans, the development partners that really come to help us, that they may have in this long journey of changing our curriculum in institutions, in changing our, in actually also after we have hopefully walked the journey of changing that, but also those of us who have already passed now the stage, we can't go back. We are somewhere stuck. What do you have in plans for us as development partners? And this question will directly go to, maybe I should first take it to Hope, and then the representation from EU can comment as well. We also have the French embassy in the house, because we expect from out of exposure from other countries and other projects you may have done out there, especially in Africa, because we need to know that we are closely related to these things, and it has worked somewhere and it can work here. So Hope, what plans do you have for Irene, who went to school for 25 years, but she can actually work on salt and she cannot add value? It's just stuck in Katwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, again, you're preempting a presentation we'll make about skilling, especially what we've been doing with the EU, indeed, in Uganda for development minerals. But some of the initiatives I can point out are two. One has been a conversation we've been having, and I like the question about the private sector and academia. We've been championing engagements with the Directorate of Industrial Training to see how we can reskill and retool young people who are coming out of vocational institutes but do not have the skills the market and the private sector needs. So that has been happening, and follow that, we've also provided grants to companies who have actually been taking these students and putting them in training programs of between 3 to 6 months, and now they are really able to really work in their own spaces or employed at different company sites. And also one investment we're making is in the research and development. Like you're saying, some of the data we are coming out, that's coming out from my experience as a program, is really informing a lot of good research that has gone into value addition, as we'll be presenting later. So those initiatives are there. We just need to really make sure we elevate them and scale them to cover as many. I'm very good to hear about the 1 million youth target. I think the youth need a space and voice within the mining sector. So this is a good initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Sir? Honorable Sir will come next. Yeah. Can we have a microphone, please?
This one is better. Obviously, what our plans are is to, as we always do, engage in a dialogue with the government of Uganda and to see where we can support. So that is the plan that we have. As I said, in the context of the dialogue, we are already working in the fields of energy. We're already working in the fields of technical vocational training. We're already working with DGSM as we speak. So our plans are to continue the dialogue and to define cooperation together with the government of Uganda. So, and then we will see where we can assist and how we can support the development of value addition inside Uganda.
Thank you. So there is, Ministry, please take note that the EU is asking how can we assist? And Frank Wesley is telling us that we need initiatives like facility centers. So we have an answer right here. He is saying, how can we collaborate with DGSM to fill these gaps? And Wesley is like, we do need some facility centers.
Just to point out, this is not a facility center for the EU. I mean, facility center, we're talking about value chains. We need to see how these centers are integrated into a tissue and what the sustainability is of such centers. Can be education centers, can be other things as well. So I mean that is what dialogue is all about, and simply pointing at one thing to say this is what we're going to do, that is something that requires a little bit more analysis, and that is exactly the point of this type of meetings, to define that these things are not as simple as taking something out of the ground and putting something next to it and say now the problem is solved, but that there is a clear thought on value addition that we need to have. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can we please give a round of applause to that? Because I feel like I have reached home. I am beginning to digest my dinner now. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate. Of course, I need to get to this bit of discussion to a hold so that we can continue with the rest of the program. But please allow me to give an opportunity to Honorable Minister. His hand was up, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a lively discussion. Well, we made a policy, deliberate policy, to say we ban the sale of mineral ores. Reasons are many. One, we have human resources developed. People are studying. You find when you sell just ores, it gives jobs to other people. But if you process, at every stage, there is employment to the people. Many services are provided to the industry with the final aim of employing people and skilling them on the job. We have also known after the imposition of that there could be certain minerals which you can just process up to a certain stage and get the concentrates, and maybe if you try to say beyond that, you cannot do it because of the development of industrial development in the country. Those we are studying case by case and recommend which one can be sold after attaining a certain grade of concentrate. I did talk about farming light. They process it up to 85%, and they told us they may not process any further because the market, immediate market, is not there. That one government is trying to think selectively and say in case of such, I will not say I recommend, I will say the government will then take a decision so that the people who process of that stage have already spent a lot of money, and therefore they can authorize to go. We also said, supposing certain plants, industries, processing industries are near in Africa, can't we be selling in the continent? That's also through our own collaboration. African action is being considered so that we sell that one before reaching the final grade. About the skilling of people, there are now universities and institutions which are skilling people in the mining industry. If you go to universities like Busitema, you will see what is being there, and many other places. So at least human resource is being developed. That's what the nation is trying to do. You see, when we developed this, we intensified the people, and investment has come, and some people are deciding now to build plans to finalize these processes. You have heard of a plant being built in Barara. Before that, it wasn't there. That's for iron. Some are already here in Uganda, which means they just wanted the law. And also we found that we are not guiding the industry very seriously. We want to really attend to this industry, right from the mining itself. Like some people have said, you know, we have been mining this, the thing is there. When you are doing this mining, you should avail yourselves to us, and we look at what you are doing. If we don't know, we don't know you. And yet we are the people controlling this industry. You report so that we know what you are doing and how far you are doing. We can even help you to do your business very seriously. So in short, really, when you are processing, you are smelting, you are refining, and then you sell, you find that at every stage, the people of the country benefit from the investment brought. So we are looking at the gain, and that's why we have now adopted even the EITI policy of saying we must all be very transparent on the side of government and on the side of the investors, so that all processes are neat and open, because these resources can be depleted. It is good when they're depleted, people have already gained. But if you allow it like that, even at the mine itself, we must be looking at your mining methods. Are you recovering the land after doing the job? Because if you don't do it, then it means you are just smuggling, doing it illegally. It's a very serious resource. So when we are doing this, we shall be working together. Don't think that the government wants to do anything alone. No, all of us are there. So let us just look at this law, and then we follow it. Where we think we cannot finalize, reach the final stage, it can also be known. And the government can allow you, after at least reaching a certain percentage grade. That's what is supposed to be done. The committee of cabinet, which is moving around, is precisely trying to find which type of mineral can be processed, beneficiated, up to which stage. If we discover you cannot go ahead after a certain percentage grade, then you can be recommended to do that. But the horse themselves, just you get a heap of soil and you carry away, that one is discouraged. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the Honorable Minister. I think it is interesting and very our challenges taken care of. And that is why we are here. That is why we have come. Like I said, we are beginning to digest. Allow me to use a few minutes. I cannot leave this podium without giving my former boss an opportunity. You need to hear what he has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief since you got me on the podium, and everyone on the podium made a comment. I think it is fair that I also make one comment or two.
Yes, sir.
In fact, and I'm really excited about today's discussion because I spent about 5 years chairing investors roundtable value addition, and we had the opportunity to discuss this on several occasions, including the president. And as you have heard, I've been the chairman, not just of the council. I'm, by the way, still the chairman of
Board trustees.
Uganda Chamber of Mines Petroleum Board of Trustees.
Yes, sir.
And this is a very, very important subject. And as the Honorable Minister has just said, it is now incorporated clearly in the new regulations. In other words, before you get even a mining license, we must address the issue of value addition. So for those who are in the private sector, this is at the center of our business, as far as I am concerned. And so I want to really thank Frank Mudeni. I really wish you had a bigger audience, in my view, because your presentation is excellent in terms of analysis. If you are looking, you see, you combine academia and I combine this African Union experience. You like emphasizing regional focus, and then you deal with ordinary people like us who are trying to do business in mining in Uganda. So that's why I'm recommending that next time you may have to work with us, maybe in Uganda Chamber of Mines. I hear there are some organizations I've never even heard of, members of some mining associations somewhere. Please, we will be organizing Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum Mineral Wealth Conference. And I would want, Mojeni, I will arrange with you and make sure you make a thorough presentation, even if it is a repeat of this, so that we can cover it together with government and have a coordinated approach moving forward. Because I think every stakeholder in this industry is very much interested in this subject. So it's just should not be a question of attending a seminar and going back.
Yes.
I think for me, I would want to see action. So my two comments, if I may. One, I think it would be useful, Frank, working with government, as Chris was saying, because they have professionals there who are busy addressing this question. It's a very, very difficult question. Frank, I want you to focus on that value chain analysis and mapping, so that by the time you make a presentation, that becomes the core. And rather than being given general, I'm going to recommend that you focus on what minerals we have in Uganda, selfishly, before we discuss the global problems. So that, yes, because it brings meaning, especially to those who are involved. I'm saying so because I am working in the private sector at the moment, and I'm a chairman of a rare earths company that is supposed to go to mining and hopefully add value. So I'm dealing with this issue when I hear debates. Mine is not a debate. No, I'm at it. And I'm planning to invest in this sector. Not just rare earths. I have another project where I want to add value. To what extent is a practical question. It's not theory. I like the academia people because they really enjoy the debates. But some of us who are investing and we are dealing with real situation because you are focused on, are you making money? Are you likely to face what challenges are you going to? Are you mitigating against them? Do you have answers? If not, what can you do about them? And so I don't want to take hours. Mine is, let's focus on value chain analysis and mapping for each individual, so that the debate is not left to government officials alone. And I think they benefit from our interaction. Lastly, I want to appeal to whoever is here. At the end of the day, persuade private sector to invest. I am addressing my friend like Jennifer here. I know that you may have contacts and so on. The taste of the pudding is in the eating. We would want investments here adding value. And because at the end of the day, if we do not have these investments, you talk about having facilities, those are just academic. At the end of the day, you have value when they are producing something and you are working there. That's what you should pray for. And I hope I will be a part of this in the next 2 or 3 years. And that should make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, each one of us. I really appreciate our participation in this interactive session. I want to assure each one of us that this is not going to be a normal workshop we have attended. And like I mentioned, we are coming out of this with a strong recommendation that is going to actually be practical. I have only used 5 minutes of your time. Allow me to stop this here. I had wanted to note to government, though, and ask at what level, Chris, are you going to involve the private sector in your coordination with neighboring countries? Because it doesn't make sense for me to carry charcoal to Kenya and G-nuts, but I can't carry gold. This is more or less the same thing. So at what extent, to what level, in your JV's coordination meetings, what level are you planning to involve private sector so that we are in the know? And sometimes our presence is actually as significant. Thank you. Just 1 minute and then we close it off with that. Yeah. He's helping.
Thank you. Usually engagements interstate, like the Joint Permanent Commissions, we normally have it followed up by the private sector summits.
Yeah.
So like in May, we were supposed to have one in the DRC. We didn't have the JPC, but the private sector summit went ahead and had it. So usually the outcomes of the JPCs are normally communicated to the private sector. So you normally have it 2 in 1. Yes.
Okay.
So always private sector is involved.
Okay, thank you so much. That's for Dr. Frank and Jennifer Hinton to note, please, that we need to be a part of this meeting. Our founder will let us know what Madini means in Swahili. They mentioned to him that he's a bit academic, and then he's regional, and then he's a bit of an enterprising man who wants to make money. So I think when he was thinking of this name of the conference, he was becoming regional. And the conference name is called Madini. So it will be in October or November, dates to be confirmed. And this is a session that we would rather want to organize it as interactive as possible and as highly attended as possible. Please mark your calendar, follow our social media platforms so that you don't miss out on this. For us, we are here to make things happen. Like my boss has said, we no longer want to talk, but we want things to actually be implemented. I thank you very much for your time with me. It's been an adorable session of moderating. I would like to invite my colleague, my fellow moderator, to invite our next speaker and lead us to the next session of this day's program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Irene, for the wonderful moderation. I would like to once again appreciate the participants for the active participation, and once again appreciate the people who just gave us their presentations, especially our dear chairman, the executive director for Madi, for the rich presentation, which actually everyone fell in love with, sure. We are going to invite our second presenter from the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development. That is none other than Mr. Chris to come and give his presentation. From the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development. You are very welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, once again, I'm Chris Lubanga-Kene. I'm the Assistant Commissioner in charge of laboratories in the Energy and Minerals Ministry. Please project the presentation. It's a little bit awkward to speak after my minister because he was invited to make a keynote speech. So it was quite comprehensive. It wasn't just an opening remark. So most of what I'm going to present is on what he has already touched on. Next slide, please. So my presentation will be on in 4 main areas. So I'll give an introduction on mineral value addition, and I'll talk about the policy, legal, and the regulatory framework in Uganda. Then I'll talk about the current state of mineral value addition in the country. Then the future scenario. Then I'll conclude and have some recommendations. So, let's see. It's a bit jumbled up. So, mineral value addition, of course, are the benefits from the exploitation of mineral resources along the entire mineral value chain. So it encompasses the backward and forward and side linkages. This has already been talked about by Dr. Frank Mujenyi. Then also, of course, the mineral value chain has been explained by Mr. Frank Mujenyi. Of course, it involves the exploration and quantification, extraction, beneficiation and processing, and trade and marketing. Then the backward, and then the backward, forward, and side linkages, of course, it involves the knowledge and technology industry, and also research and development. So wherever you are maybe doing the exploration and quantification or the development of a mineral deposit, there is that knowledge which feeds in terms of the professionals who are involved. Then the technology you access maybe to doing the feasibility studies. So if, for instance, all that is coming from a certain country, you'll find that value is lost. So you only gain in terms of having at the end of it a defined mineral resource. But a lot of money goes into those things. Then, of course, when you go downstream, you get into the manufacturing industry, where we want, of course, the products coming from the minerals to also be able to support the manufacturing industry within the country. Then you have the construction and infrastructure, because mining projects involve a lot of infrastructure and construction. Currently, if you talk about the oil and gas industry now, it so happens even at the continental and regional level, when you talk about minerals, oil and gas is included. However, for us, according to the Constitution, it excludes oil and gas. But at continental level, you find oil and gas among its minerals. So now in oil and gas development, currently we are undergoing the construction phase. So you can imagine what magnitude of resources are going into. So if you can also tailor your industry so that you have such value coming to the country. Then you have the services industry, among others. Because once the operation begins, a lot of services are rendered to the operation, as well as the goods and other things. Then, of course, Frank has alluded to the African mining vision, as well as the minister, which has recognized the huge potential of the minerals in the continent. However, not much value has been earned from it, because in the past we have concentrated on the revenue and trade, and not the entire value chain. So, of course, there's what the African mining vision is advocating for a holistic approach to us to achieve the transparent, equitable, and optimum exploitation of mineral resources. Then, of course, the AMV strategy has already been alluded to by the minister. It's for African governments not only to seek to optimize revenues, but of course ensure that we strategically increase the value and retain the value within the countries. This is what I've talked about earlier on. Then of course the promotion of mineral validation has been going on continentally from 2009 and even much earlier. And for us in Uganda, of course, we have already gone on it, as the minister has alluded to. In 2011, of course, with the wisdom of the president, we came up with the export ban on raw mineral ores and concentrates. And the wisdom of it was for us to be able to use our mineral resources, so that at the end of it all, we have a historical and lasting impact on the future of the country. If you can look back at the minerals which are exported from the country, especially the Kilembe mines, you'll see a lot of, by us and all other people who are implementing this, that of course you can't have this at an individual level from the previous discussions, so you need to look at this comprehensively, especially as a block. So we are already engaging this at the regional level, at the level of EAC, as I said earlier. So we're working on the mineral validation policy and strategy. Then also, at continental level, we have had recommendations for us to align our policies, of course, in line with the African mining vision. And as the minister has clearly stated, our current policy and the Mining and Minerals Act is in line with the African mining vision. Then, of course, also the Uganda Vision 2040, it links up the mining industry with what is aspired for the country. It projects that the mining industry will be a major driver in employment creation and GDP growth through the subsectors forward and backward linkages, for it to be a source of revenue, employment, and economic lifeline industries. So that's where the manufacturing comes in. And Frank, of course, has alluded to the Kira EV bus, where at the African Continental Free Trade Area, the requirement of at least 40%. So of course, we need to look at all that. If we are manufacturing products, we should think about how we shall penetrate the other markets, because you only think about making a product and you have less than 40%. Then the mining and minerals policy, of course, as the minister already said, it has a goal of increasing and the development of Uganda's minerals sector in a cost-effective and efficient manner through increased investment, value addition, national participation, and revenue generation to contribute significantly to eradication of poverty and promote social and economic transformation. Then also the Mining and Minerals Act, that is our new law, has provided for this, the national participation. Then also there is mineral agreements, local content, and value addition. And also in the licensing regime, in the past we are doing licensing through first come, first serve, but this time we're provided for competitive bidding. So that we have a bidder, we have someone who take up a mining tenement, who has the best technical capacity and as well as the financial capacity for that particular project. So at the end of the day, we have the best out of our mineral deposits. Then also, we currently have the ICGRA. In 2017, we domesticated the ICGRA protocol through promulgating the ICGRA Act, which by and large is on providing for the certification of minerals, so that we're able to know, especially the 3 T's and gold, where they're coming from. And also this feeds into the EITI requirements, so that the benefits from these mineral sources are not going to areas that we don't know where they are going to. Then of course we have had the mining and minerals regulations just gazetted last week. So of course this provides for the framework in which we are going to regulate all the provisions under both the ICGRA and the Mining and Minerals Act. Then also we have the ICGRA regulations, which by and large prescribes how we shall do the certification of the 3 GTs. That is the tin, tungsten, and gold, and tantalite. Then of course, as we go ahead in time, we shall also identify other minerals which may require certification. And of course, the industry works hand in hand with other laws and regulations, concerning environment, land, because you require the land to access your mineral resources. And you don't want people who own the land to be disadvantaged. So in the current mining law, we have provided for additional benefits to the landowners, to the communities in which these resources are located. That's the local government. We have increased their thresholds of the royalties. In the past, the central government would take 80%. Now we've reduced it to 70% and increased the other thresholds for the landowner, local government, and other beneficiaries. And of course, most of these minerals so happen to occur within the protected areas. So we also work hand in hand with those other laws: water, wildlife, forestry. And a critical aspect, of course, is that of health and safety. So also that has to be taken care of, because it feeds into the environmental and social impact assessments and how you're going to operate, and also you're going to close in some of these mines. Then if I go dive into detail, national content has been provided by, among others, creation of the Uganda National Mining Company, which we have quite advanced on. So very soon we shall be incorporating the company. Then the national participation interest of up to 15% at free carry in large scale and medium scale in mining licenses. If government so chooses to participate, this will be held by the Uganda National Mining Company. And if government would wish to have additional, of course, it will have to purchase that. So this has been provided for in the law to take care of national participation, because also the government needs to have more benefits coming to the country, as opposed to only relying on the royalties and taxes. Then local content has also been provided by the requirements for mining projects to seek for goods and services, as well as the human resource, first from the local communities in which they are, before going anywhere else. Then we also provided for community development agreements, as the minister already talked about earlier. In the past, we had just requirements for CSR, corporate social responsibility, which wasn't really mandatory. But now you'll find that these projects will have to commit some money to community development agreements, and they agree upon with the communities on what they are going to invest during the period of the project and the operation. And also, mineral validation has been provided for by us introducing the beneficial licenses. From the earlier discussion, you found that people have been doing their beneficiation at some backyards, so you'll find that unregulated, even with regard to gold smelting and refining, elution plants, you find them located in places where the government cannot reach. So with this now, we shall be able to regulate and promote that aspect of the value chain. And to be mutual, of course, for the investors and also for the Ugandans, because most of these technologies are not really prohibitive. If, for instance, you look at the gold elution plants, these are things that can even be locally fabricated. But because of the lack of the knowledge of the citizens, so you'll find that they even don't know. But now with this framework, we're able to promote, we're able to regulate it, and inform the citizenry and anyone who wants to invest in them. And all this shall all be beneficial for us all. Then the minister already talked about on the export ban, comprehensively, and a cabinet subcommittee which has moved around the country. And also we have come up with some draft thresholds for different minerals, for over 48 minerals. You'll be surprised the country has over 48 minerals. So we have come up with thresholds of concentrates which may be allowable. Then the mineral products prescribed for some of the minerals. So for instance, for the tin, shall we allow maybe the 65, 75%, or we shall say we want the tin ingot to be the one to be produced? Because you'll know for some of the value chains, even if you add value, like now for the vermiculite, even if you add value from 90 to 95, you find the industry doesn't mind. I mean, the market doesn't mind whether it's 85% or 90%. It will take it. So you add no value to the country when you expend more in the operations and maintenance of your plant to add that value. But the value in terms of sales of that product you are selling to the market will not really increase. I cannot cite also another example of the copper value chain. For the copper concentrate, even if you increase the value of the copper concentrate from 25% to 40%, the technology will not accept it. You find a Smith, Imperial Smith, a smelter from Otokumpu will only operate efficiently with a lower grade of copper. The more grade you increase, you lose more copper in the mud, in that material you get before getting you shall have to produce copper cathodes and the copper metal. So there we can't prescribe a concentrate grade technology which prescribes. Then for some products you find it's the market which prescribes. If, for instance, the market can accept a maize flour of grade 2, why should you be pushing for maize flour of grade 1 when everyone prefers maize flour of grade 2? And this also happened with our vermiculite. You find the market of vermiculite was accepting the lower grades because we have the best grade in the world. But the market accepts the lower grade because it's much more available. Yeah? So those are the things we are going to look at. So the Cabinet Subcommittee is soon going to come up with a report and it will inform. So it will be within the next couple of weeks because we have finished visiting all the beneficial facilities around the country. So that, of course, speaks to the stranded mining licenses. As the minister said, these are the ones who already had mining licenses before the export ban. And those are mainly in tin, tungsten, tantalite, iron ore, and vermiculite. But the minister has already said that for tin, we have already a smelting plant being put up in Ruti, in Mbarara. They are to launch it in September. Then for iron ore, we would have 2 iron reduction plants, one in Jinja, 150,000 tons per annum, another of Tembo Steel in Uganda, and they are all planning to upscale within the next 1 year to 350,000 tons per annum. But also government is not sleeping on this because we are in the energy transition because currently they are using coal from Songea in Tanzania. But also we are working with the Tanzanians. In fact, this week we are supposed to have a meeting because we have to get natural gas from Tanzania to Uganda to help in that processing of the iron ore and all other industries, especially the development minerals. They require natural gas for heating purposes. So the policy and strategic move has started paying off, as the minister has already talked about. So we are seeing all these facilities coming up. Then the current state of mineral validation, of course, to continue with that, the minister talked about 8 gold refineries which have been established. So most of these have been established not under any clear licensing regime. But now with the new licensing regime, we are going to have regulations for beneficiation. So to prescribe how you are going to establish a plant, the reporting mechanisms and all that, so that we get a benefit for the country and benefit for the investor. Then we already talked about the plants. Then we have the school of phosphates, which is producing organophosphates. There they use burgers mixed with our phosphates to produce an organic phosphate in Tororo. Then we have 3 additional plants, as the minister talked about earlier. Then 2 tile manufacturing factories. Then, of course, government intervention. We are planned to put up 4 mineral beneficiation centers, which are targeting the mineral resources in the area. So far, we have put up 2. Now, we've got some good news from the EU that they can collaborate with us because we are now, the next phase is for us to equip these facilities. We currently have a EU program that is supporting the geological surveys with capacity development in mineral evaluation. So we are currently drilling 10 prospects in southwestern Uganda. Then also they will help us in how to define mineral resources. So it's an 800,000 euro project. Yeah, so all that is already underway. Then we also shall have other engagements with regard to the innovation centers. And then we have the Lupe Gold Project, which is to produce tons of gold annually over a 30-year period. Then we have the Makuto Project, which is to produce over 42,000 tons of rare earth oxides over a 33-year period. And I think our Honorable Sir Rich has talked extensively about that. And this is a project with a revenue of over $6.9 billion US over that period. And 50 to 60% of that is going to operation and maintenance. So when you talk about value addition, this is where you really need to tap, because there are services, mining contracting, so the supply of reagents. So how does the country benefit from that? So of course, the government with the investor will work to see how we can have some of those things during the project duration to also be obtained from within. Otherwise, you lose all that value to outside. So then also, the same project, of course, is to set up a refinery to produce some of the selected rare earth metals eventually. Then the Kilembe copper and cobalt mine project, the procurement is underway. In fact, last week we issued out the request for proposals to the 7 shortlisted bidders. So by the end of this year, we shall be having an investor for Kilembe. Then hopefully, maybe beginning of next year, we shall have a mineral production sharing agreement signed with that investor, and the development works within 2 years. So within 2 years, we should be having some copper rolling out of copper cathode rolling out of Kilembe. Then we have the Rome graphite project, which is to produce graphene. As the minister talked about, it's used in electronics, energy storage, sensors, coatings, composites, and biomedical devices, as well as expanded graphite. So they are to produce 2 products. Expanded graphite is used in battery storage and all other uses. So currently they're doing a metallurgical test work China. And last week we had one of our personnel, mineral dressers, who went to China to look at how this is being done, so that for any other future projects, we don't really necessarily have to have this done outside of the country, because it's not a prohibitive technology that they're doing, and you'll be surprised that even the facility they are taking the material in is not bigger than even our lab. So you can even bigger than our beneficiation centers. So this is something about knowledge transfer and all that. So we're working on that. Then the minister talked about the vermiculite at Namakera, which currently they produce at least 90% purity, but there are plans underway for him to put up an excavation plant facility. In fact, they already have one, but they also need to have the market available. So they want to work with stakeholders and government to make sure that market is available. Because as of now, in the neighboring country, in Kenya, they already have that market. So we also need to have that market here. Then, so the future of mining, in fact, is very bright in the country, as the minister already echoed earlier on. So the mining sector has seen from other jurisdictions, such as Tanzania, our neighboring country. We're also working closely with the Tanzanians, of course. It is to provide the country much needed revenue, employment to its people, as well as an opportunity of life for its people in terms of providing goods and services. I can only cite one example of the Geita gold mine. The Geita gold mine in 2019, in terms of goods and services, that goods and services worth about $449 million US. And of that, 31% went to the indigenous Tanzanians, a value of over 140 million. So for them, they've gone to that extent of seeing where do the goods and services from a mining operation go. So you can imagine all that going to the indigenous peoples of the country, $140 million in just 1 year. So this is where we're also working towards as a country. So value from mining projects has also been found that it can be lost, of course, when you're not aware of the data from the mining projects. So the government is doing all it can do such as the cooperations with the EU. And of course, we are putting up systems on how to have all this data available to us, and then generated from the mining companies to be available to us. So of course, as already the EU has promised of a bigger project, so we can even expand the current one to see how we can expand the current one. And of course, the recommendations, of course, from my presentation, of course, is for us to place a robust institutional framework to manage and regulate the mineral sector, because issues of data are very important, and issues of data are very important, and issues of regulation, because if you don't know what the private sector is doing, you as well as not doing anything at all. Then I'll commit funding to the sector, which is commensurate to the potential it has in transforming the economy, Then, of course, create markets for the value-added mineral products. Then we have to prioritize the development of the mineral resources locally consumed. For instance, now, we've talked about the development minerals. So we need to talk about the things that we consume, things like fertilizer, as opposed to think of the metals which maybe you're not ready for. If you can commit resources to such areas, of course, you get much more value. Because those sectors employ much more people, as we may think. Then, of course, build and train the human resource and expertise for the industry, especially in the value chain for value addition. Then develop and implement a framework for, for approval as well as inspection. I think I already talked about this, of contracted mining services to eliminate the possibilities of transfer pricing. Then promote a regional collaboration and intergovernmental collaboration in mineral value addition for capacity utilization. I think in the earlier discussion I talked about the continuous engagements we have with the regional governments, even going as far as Mozambique, because Mozambique has abundant resources of coal, of natural gas, which in the long term will be beneficial to the regional states. So all other governments in the region, we're engaging them. So this is very important for of course, capacity utilization. For instance, if you set up a copper smelter in Kilembe, you need the capacity. So if across the border somewhere there's copper, this happens in it way. Honourable Minister and others in attendance, thank you for listening, and that was my presentation, although it was much more of a repeat of what the Minister already said in his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chris, for the wonderful presentation. It is very rich, and actually I hope every one of us has grasped a word or two, and from which we can take action from. You realize, or you bear me witness, that every country prides in its mineral resources. Uganda as a country, we are so blessed that we have abundant minerals and natural resources, including wildlife, gold, forests, and waters. And it's humbling that you really accepted our invitation, especially to come and cogitate together on how we could pave a way forward, especially on minerals value addition. Critical that you kept time and came to listen in and actively participate in this workshop. We thank you so much as Madi. Allow me to welcome our next presentation, and this will be, I think, very brief because she already told me that she will be spending a very few minutes with us. And this presentation is coming from Miss Jennifer Hinton, and you are very welcome to come and give us your presentation. And she's coming from the private sector to share with us some of the challenges and what could be the opportunities that come up with from minerals value addition. You are very welcome, Jennifer. A round of applause as she joins the stage. Thank you so much.
I can see. I didn't think I'd be able to see. Thanks, everyone, for having me today. Thank you, Dr. Frank. Oh, I can see. Oh, I can see, I think. I'm getting old, but I can see. Thank you, Dr. Frank, Honorable Minister, honored guests, everyone, for this really important session today. Chris, phenomenal presentation. Chris, by the way, is one of the few trained metallurgists in the country. We need more of them if we want to move downstream. We have very few people. He's clearly one of the experts, and I'm thrilled to hear how much you're delving into the details for each commodity in terms of what's possible here and what we can achieve. So, just by way of background, mining has potential to be a bigger engine for development and economic transformation than the oil industry. We know this globally. The multiplier effects, Chris cited examples from one mine, just one mine, not a process, not a refinery, not a downstream, and the potential benefits from one mine. Imagine if we had 10, imagine if we had 20. The multiplier effects are substantial and transform economies. Actually, Canada, where I'm from, was built on the basis of developing mines that transformed the nation. What should I aim the clicker at? Okay. Frank touched on this transformation in demand due to all of our climate action goals, the Paris Agreement and targets of 2050. That means that we need an unprecedented amount of minerals to make electric vehicles, wind turbines, solar panels, etc. And we're talking about big industrial operations. We need about 300 mines of lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite to meet these targets we have in the next 10 years alone, let alone 2050. The curve just goes up from there. And as a consequence of this, nations all over the world, Canada, Australia, India, South Africa, I know Zambia, DRC are working on critical mineral strategies going into these, climate action technologies that we need, and minerals value addition strategies. Billions of dollars are being spent in terms of incentives from the US, Germany, France, EU, etc., trying to do what we're talking about today, trying to move downstream and capture more of the value chain in country and work with partners to develop in those countries. So how can we get a piece of this? How can we get in on the action? That's what we need to talk about today. Mapping the value chains is a critical first step. I'll talk a bit about that. Just to give you a sense, this is just for lithium. By 2035, this projects the current known lithium deposits, the ones in production, the ones coming into production, you can see in the bar, and you can see that gap. Those are the lithium mines that we need to actually meet our targets. The targets are basically driven by the demand we expect by 2035. 300 new mines for different commodities, I mentioned. So where are these things being mined, refined, produced, transformed into goods that are manufactured? If you see the red bars, for mining in the upstream, cobalt, for example, produces 70% of the world's cobalt. We have other commodities, nickels mostly coming from Indonesia. You can see on the left at the mining side. As we move right, as was mentioned, China has control, basically dominates the refining, the processing, in the case of electric vehicles, EV battery production, and moving on to EVs, a big chunk of that also. This is just an example strategy from Canada. All of these strategies, if Uganda is looking towards value addition strategies, have the same components. They're looking at those steps Frank highlighted. I don't want to replicate. But just to highlight, almost every country also focuses on exploration. If there's not enough mines in production, so we need to support, incentivize, attract exploration investment to find the mines that we need to fuel this downstream. Also, big emphasis on skilling. We talked about skilling today, and I'm thrilled to hear from the youth today about this being a priority. You can imagine there's only a handful of experts now that are experts in building refineries for rare earths. There's only a small number for cobalt refining. We have a cobalt, my company has one of the largest cobalt refineries in the world and does downstream cobalt chemicals in Finland. There's not that many cobalt refining experts, and that expert is completely different than a nickel refining expert. And that expert is also different from lithium, from rare earths, etc. So we need to think strategically about how we can build that expertise in Africa and in Uganda in particular if we want to move this direction on these value chains. And by the way,
when someone sets up a mine or a refinery in a country, they want to hire locally. They want to upskill, they want to hire interns, they want to develop capacity. There's mines in Congo, one of the biggest copper cobalt mines in the world. 95% or more of the staff, including all senior management, the CEO, are Congolese. All the R&D that's done is by Congolese. There's very few non-Congolese in that mine, and it's owned by a European company. So let's look at one value chain and try and unpack it, because we talked about electric buses and what it actually takes. This is a very generic document, but you have a mining company that's different than a refining company, although my company has both mines and refineries, but that's not common. Then you have battery cell production, different company. The battery sort of assembly is usually a different company. There's actually far more companies involved. I strongly recommend looking at India's strategy for the electric vehicle value chain, because this is the least complicated diagram, the least complicated analysis. I'm not expecting you to read it, but basically all of those little boxes are talking about what specifically needs to go in to actually develop this value chain. I'll share that with anyone. It's actually really good. But let's look at this a bit more realistically. So if we're looking about at an EV battery, we don't just need a cobalt mine. We need cobalt, we need nickel, we need manganese, we need lithium, we need graphite, we need all of those mines. Refining, usually a different company. In my case, in the case of our company, there's cobalt concentrate transformed to cobalt hydroxide, which we buy, which is refined again by a different company, and then refined again by another company, and then we refine a precursor that goes to the next step. So there you've got 3-4 companies just for cobalt. Nickel, same issue, and so on and so on. So it's not a small thing to say we're going to build electric vehicles, because we already have 15 companies right there. Then for you know how batteries, when you studied chemistry, you have a cathode and an anode? So for the cathode, you have a precursor material that goes in the cathode. Then you have another company turning that precursor material into the cathode material. Then you have the anode company doing the anode materials. Then you have et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not saying we can't do it, but I'm saying we need a specific plan to look at what we can do, what we can put in place, how we can work with our neighbors to make it possible, make it real, budget it. And in terms of value addition strategies, much like a mining or an exploration company, each one of these companies are looking at the skilled labor, skilled expertise, the legal framework, the fiscal framework, the incentives. Where do I get my inputs to go into that facility? Is it chemicals? Is it coal? Whatever it is. The infrastructure and logistics. So we need to paint a very detailed picture and be very strategic about next steps. So let's talk about Uganda and this next step of moving towards refining. Okay, so a refinery, very, very rarely do you have one refinery and one mine. And this is largely because all over the world in the last 50 years, things have been growing, growing, growing. If you look at copper smelters, this diagram and data is from 2005. If you see, and on the left, that's the production cost for a pound of cobalt. So on the left, if Kalembe was producing at its capacity 20 years ago, it would be about 65 cents to produce a pound of copper. And then you see smelters have gone up to like 350,000 tons rather than 30,000 tons. And that production cost is maybe 20 cents. Now, fast forward today, the production cost is about 9 cents. The most recent in the last 15 years, there's been one copper smelter, I think, built outside of China, and its capacity is 1 million tons. Not 30,000, 1 million. And its production costs will probably be about 8-9 cents, something like that. So the challenge is, if you have a small facility, you can't sell your material because you won't make a profit because your production costs are high. This is why we need lots of mines serving a refinery, which means we need lots of exploration to develop deposits and regional relationships to basically get cobalt from Congo coming here to the cobalt refinery in Kasese that's already there and could and should be expanded. We should be a hub for cobalt refining in Africa. We could be. That's like the next easy win. Now, these dots on the maps, we heard about all the potential. These dots are not mines or deposits. A few of them are mines, a few are deposits. They are actually mineral occurrences. So a company like mine would come in, or Honorable Sir Rich, his company comes in, looks at these dots, looks at the phenomenal geodata set that we have here. It's actually really, really good, including the airborne geophysical surveys, and say, okay, this area has potential for nickel. Let's go look at the nickel. That's the starting point. But these are not yet mines. They're potentially mines. How do we take that next step? So standard exploration to find a big deposit, you go through about 28 steps, and at every step you might fail. So at the beginning, greenfields exploration, you've got the data, you start the work, you have a 1 in 5,000 chance of finding a deposit that can be support development of a mine, 1 in 5,000. Then you spend, well, Richard would know, a few $1,000,000, you start drilling. I mean, our company, you've spent millions of dollars. Our company spent over 10, other companies 26, to drill and drill and drill, and still find the geologic data is not proving out, it's not economic, it fails. So 1 in 3,000 projects drilled succeed, but if you do succeed, it takes about 12 years of studies, feasibility studies, et cetera, so when they say exploration is high risk, this is what they mean. The risk goes down once you prove a discovery, and then you go through permitting, and then you get into designing, constructing, et cetera. Now, one thing exploration companies need is predictability, and this is where, Honorable Minister, I appreciate the case-by-case discussion and evaluation, but it's only after that 12 years where you may or you've set yourself up for failure. Technically, geologically, you're not likely to find something, but if you do and get lucky, you have to wait for those 12 years for the government to say, yes, you don't have to build a refinery, or no, yes, you have to build a refinery, or no, you don't have to build a refinery. You don't know at the beginning. You don't know it's year 0. So it's at that permitting stage, we go here, where we also learn about, okay, your tax rate, effective taxes, so royalties, income tax, withholding tax, VAT, 15% state, works out to about 80%. It's then that you find out what the government might negotiate. Is it 80% or is it 55%? So without that predictability, it's really, really hard to attract a company to come and take that chance. Is that fair, Sir Richard? Okay. And ironically, because you don't know, and we want to attract companies, domestic and international, for this exploration. We need 50 companies exploring seriously, not 3. Because you don't know, people will take the chance somewhere else where they realize, okay, it's not mandated for me to not just find a nickel deposit, but the biggest nickel deposit in the world that can sustain a refinery. So you have that added. The mineral export ban is a real challenge. And I'm really glad to hear from Chris, not sure where he is, that they're actually scrutinizing on a commodity level what might be possible and feasible. Because if you have a tier 1, once a year, someone finds a tier 1 deposit, which is massive and capable of sustaining one mine-run refinery. It's once a year, all over the world. But usually you don't. So if the expectation is you have no choice. So our company is expected to go through the 12 years, the 5 years of construction, to produce and stockpile, and then wait for 6 other companies to do the same to justify a smelter? That's kind of what the situation is. It's a bit of a challenge. So I'm glad there's real thinking around this, and I hope I don't get deported. So attracting investment. DGSM is phenomenal. I've had so many companies, people from World Bank, et cetera, go into the Department of Mines and compliment on the expertise, the capacity, the quality, the geodata. Keep up the good work, and I agree on your recommendation. You need more money to do what we need to do in this country. They need more resources to keep working on these things. The legal fiscal framework I won't get into, but the predictability is a big issue. You don't know at year 0 what would happen in year 12. License duration is an issue. I said 12 years, that's an international average. I think we have 7 years in the new legislation. And then the track record. If Uganda doesn't have a track record of how a fiscal framework would be developed, then people don't know. You know, there's less predictability, because a lot of countries have similar legislation, similar tax regimes, but they've been mining or have had large-scale mines for 80 years, and you kind of know what the government will do. And so all eyes are on the Rwenzori Rare Earth Project and Kalembe to see what this deal might look like, and that will give people more confidence to come in. Okay. Enablers, those are challenges. I'm just echoing what Dr. Frank already said. We need an analysis of every value chain. We need to understand for each value chain what the inputs are, what technology we need. We need to understand our human resource needs, because we have to start training people now for things that we want to do in 5 and 10 years. Logistics is a big aspect, a big element. Transportation corridors. Uganda is actually very well positioned, excellent in terms of energy, water. Transportation is coming along. But part of that logistics might be, okay, why aren't we working with DRC, who has $1 billion from the World Bank to develop roads in Eastern Congo and make sure some of those roads reach the areas where they're producing cobalt so it can come back up here and be refined, as one example. Yeah, risk mitigation strategies. There's a lot of incentives internationally Uganda will be competing against. We know there's some countries that subsidize heavily their sectors. And then I mentioned regional cooperation. I'm so glad to hear the government is very actively engaging in this, and this is going to be extremely important for any of our value chains, and important, I think, not just for Uganda's development, but the region and the continent as a whole. So thank you very much. Just to close, this is DRC gave a presentation a few years ago at Cobalt Congress, and they had already started thinking about which countries they would work with on an electric vehicle battery chain. I took a picture with my phone because I noticed Uganda wasn't there. So, so we need to get in on this conversation and see where we can all benefit together. Thank you. Is that fast enough?
Jennifer Hinton, for the wonderful presentation, as brief as it was, and so sweet. Just something to trouble your mind, and I would expect answers from you. One writer said that gold is gold. If you want the gold out of the gold, you dig the gold. So how do we get the gold out of the gold? How do we get the gold out of the gold? Hope, do you have an answer? The answer is value addition. If you add value to the gold, then you've gotten gold out of the gold. Thank you, and that's why we are here. So allow me welcome our next presentation from none other than Ms. Hope Charisima from the UNDP to come and give us her presentation. Yeah, thank you so much for the hand clap as she is coming to assume the podium. Thank you.
Hello, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hope Charisima, and I work with UNDP. I coordinate what you'll shortly know as the Development Minerals Program, and it's been very insightful. and quite a learning to hear a lot about what's happening, and appreciation to the Madi team also for really keeping the energy going on the real conversations we need to have to really grow our sector. I don't want to belabor the presentation, so excuse me if I request to go to the next slide, please. But basically, the Development Minerals Program, as you see there, the partners, of course, Government of Uganda, UNDP, the EU, and of course, definitely the OSCP, which is actually the global body that is coalescing around the African, Caribbean, and Pacific states that are helping, those three continents reap equitably and heavily from their natural resources. That's where the program is. Basically, we are in over 10 countries now. The demand for this has been growing. And of course, as UNDP, we've been working closely with all the governments in the indicated states and countries to make sure that at least we reach as many people as we can with information, with the knowledge, but also the expertise and opportunity that come with harnessing these mineral resources. You might ask yourselves, why are we in development minerals? So development minerals, by characterization, if any construction you're seeing around you, chances are largely the input development minerals in terms of the sand, the aggregate, and other clays and other inputs. And of course, industrial minerals, you've heard a lot about cement processing, for instance. Where does this limestone come from? Where does this salt come from? All those are development minerals. When you look at construction in terms of the buildings and the beauty you see in Uganda, if you look around, all the tiling, all the beauty in your houses, chances are that you're using actually what we know as dimension stones, which are also a component of development minerals. And definitely, I'm sure, we've seen instances of where we are actually adding value to semi-precious stones that are also very prevalent. So in terms of what the nature of this sector is, we are into it because from the research we did in Uganda, you find that almost 390,000 Ugandans are in this sector. And out of those also, if you multiply at household level, millions of households actually depend on the economic benefits in terms of income and livelihoods that come from development minerals. And definitely also, as you've seen totally from this morning's presentation, you can't do much without really being organized, without being formal. And that's part of the experience we'll share with you about our work in Uganda. And good enough for Uganda, although not yet at optimal level, we have a fair representation of women in the sector. But inversely, these women earn much less compared to the male counterparts. So there are issues around equitability and fairness as we try to grow these sectors. And then we've talked about development, but one thing we must talk about also is as we get these investments, as we have all these plans, as we have big business coming, if the growth is really not inclusive in terms of making sure that people can access and feel the benefit of this mining sector beyond a few people, then of course that's why you see a lot of conflict. So that's what we call inclusive growth, to make sure that as we even attract investment and make the right advocacy efforts to make sure there's more investment in this sector, let's not make a mistake of having Ugandans not feeling like they are benefiting from this sector. If you look at that graphic, you realize that there is a lot of work we are doing in terms of actually understanding how the construction, the market linkages, in terms of the construction, manufacturing, and mining activity, they are all linked at certain stages of the value chain, and this actually makes you have to reflect a lot on where are the people participating at this stage of growth. And good enough, I heard about creatives. In our work in Uganda, we've had so much innovation, so much creativity that is taking what we've been wasting, what we've been throwing, and if you look at the products that are coming out from some of these components of mining, it's really superior, and that's something we have to think about, because also we've seen that a lot of young people are in this creative space and are actually benefiting and earning real incomes from participating in these mineral value chains. And if you look at the artisan and small-scale miners, people who are actually right now producing what we know as anything in construction, you realize that there is need to really take note of their peculiar needs, of the peculiar capacity requests they have, to make sure that we also make sure they benefit in terms of not being left behind. How do we navigate the issue of big mines versus small mining operations? And then, of course, when you look at that transformation, you know, we've been trying to really put this conversation and structure it from global level. As you've seen from Dr. Mjenyi, definitely the interest in minerals is growing. All countries are saying with this critical minerals demand, low carbon materials, where do we lie? So part of our work we've been doing really is to make sure that we showcase this development mineral sector as one of really the solutions, a lot of the global demand for minerals, but also definitely as one of the solutions that can really unlock that transformation we really work hard for in the mining sectors. In terms of also of the work about informal and informality, one aspect that I could share from our program, since most of the technical points have been made, we've really seen a very strong linkage with formalization and real business outcomes or livelihood transformation. If we still maintain people mining as individuals or in small groups, they will not be able to actually afford the financing they need to really get the right equipment. They will not be able to get contracted. We've had very good examples of people who formed associations and cooperatives and have been able to win big contracts even from local governments because of a lot of the infrastructure development. So that's one linkage I could share with you in terms of the formal and informal kind of aspects of mining. And I would really want us to integrate this insight into most of our efforts to endeavor to really make sure that as we really invest big, we also make sure that we are dealing with the Ugandans or business entities that are really well formalized, but also definitely up to national level, because right now we've been working with Ministry of Trade, and we even have a national cooperative for development minerals kind of sector stakeholders. So that's something I wanted to flag, that as we try to transform and add value, definitely we must think about how we invest collaboratively in efforts to formalize. I'll show you briefly what we've been able to achieve in that regard. In terms of also the capacity development, I had so many questions, and of course we were asked what's been happening in Uganda with all this mining sector, what are development partners doing? I could share that most of the work we've done is about training. You cannot believe that people did not know the value or the type of minerals they had. They didn't know the uses and advantages. They didn't know the differentiation. They didn't know the health and safety aspects of it. They didn't know anything about the law. If you tell them how to take mining as a business, most had no clue. They were just waking up, mining, filling a truck and sending it away, but they were not understanding the business in that. So as a program, we've really invested heavily in training all miners in 25 districts of Uganda, and we're at a certain level of confidence that at least now, all these trained people, we are seeing them really transform their communities and lending their knowledge and skills to organize better, but also mine better, even including sustainably. Most of them tell you don't have licenses, they don't know the process, they don't know the obligations on compliance. So a lot of our work as UNDP with the Ministry and DGSM colleagues has been in training our miners. Also, of course, not ignore development challenge. We've also had to put money in some of the interventions through grants, where those who are really well organized have been able to apply successfully to purchase equipment, to really register, but some of them have also been able to utilize our granting to really reinvest in most of their savings groups, and we've seen really lives transformed in terms of increased incomes for them. Definitely also, like I shared, part of the resources of this program have gone into actual formalization, beyond administrative level formalization. We've worked with the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Trade to really make sure these cooperatives hold their AGMs and are also now registered at national level. So they have that legal identity that can also help them coalesce and bid better. And of course, a lot of our work has also been in knowledge exchange. I was happy to hear about the Mineral Wealth conferences. We supported so many of those to really make sure that even investors are aware of the investment opportunities beyond the 3 Ts that Uganda presents. In terms of business development, definitely for most of our trainees, they have really had a good outcome in their business outcomes in terms of improving mining methods. They have also diversified their products. People who are just crushing stones are now polishing, or they know someone who polishes and they are selling better. People are differentiating products on site. So overall, we've really seen a big transformation in even the construction sector of Uganda. Also, in terms of the social changes, definitely we have more people aware of the aspects of mining that are really sustainable in nature, avoiding conflicts, enhancing good community relations, but also really seeing how most Ugandans can also participate with better knowledge and information. On the environment, definitely we've seen mining sites who have now they have been able to really reconstruct, restore, and some of them have been able to mine better, some have been able to replant. So many clay miners have now transitioned into fish farming, and they're even getting more financing and incomes. So part of the work on environment is really has just been to show people how even in active restoration of mining sites, you can actually make more money. So that's the message we really wanted to showcase and see and demonstrate the change that the program has been able to achieve. In terms of partnerships, again, a lot has happened at academia level, in government, of course, definitely, but also the private sector has been part of showcasing the innovations and the solutions that actually once you really look at a holistic value chain of mining, it really shows you that the private sector can take a lead in working with formalized entities, in compliance with the law. The technologies, the financing have really come out strongly since we started engaging with private companies, and that's part of our effort to sustain this work. Definitely good questions around geodata. We realized there was a big skills deficit in Uganda, and part of this program's effort has really been in training geoscientists within the private sector, but also within government, in collaboration with the African Mineral Geosciences Center, if you know it, and have been able to really give theoretical but also in-field experience about reserve estimation. So we even have a bigger number of Ugandans who are now well able to actually understand our mineral reserves, but also using that information to really make a business case to unlock financing. I've highlighted the training, the formalization and grants, but also on the knowledge management. I heard about value chain analysis. At least I know that if you're curious about development minerals, we've published a value chain analysis for the sector in Uganda, which is online. You can access that anytime. And of course, we've had strategies on formalization. Some of you were at our event to disseminate this. If you like a copy, you let us know. But we've also recently, in July, published that study on formalization, on what it will take to make sure we formalize this sector. And that's also been part of our work. And of course, because of Uganda's experiences, we've been able to really share with colleagues in Tanzania, at the AU itself, but also even in Brussels. There are what we call European Development Days, and we've really been able to really present the case for Uganda in terms of even investment in low carbon materials. In terms of the work also around the progress report, I think I'll not belabor it, but some of those images, when we talk about geoscience, we really go practical, and we had to take people in the field for an extended time, but we have a very good level of confidence that now at least there's a good and improved stock of geoscientists who are able to provide this service, and most of them are embedded within government, but also private sector companies. Of course, we've done so much on the job creation. I wanted to share an idea here that we had to look into issues around youth employment. We had to find a way in which companies can be supported to actually reskill young people because we realize most of the young people from the schools were not having the skills that the private companies require. So we put in a lot of investment in having private sector entities to really reskill and support Ugandans to really be retooled for the job market. And I'm happy to say that over 100 young people who have been trained in 2 companies have been successfully employed. Definitely the work on social safeguards, I've shared it, and also we've been having an intentional focus on women and how best to have them work better in a protected way. But also, let's not forget issues of gender-based violence, where livelihoods contentions are coming in. And of course, definitely, this work has been done also in collaboration with local governments at all levels, especially the natural resource and commercial officers who have been instrumental in delivering a lot of the oversight and training that we've been undertaking. Yeah, COVID happened, but as a program, what I wanted to share also in terms of lessons learned, as we try to augment value chains, as we try to deliver services, sometimes you have to be innovative so that people are not abandoned in terms of crisis. So that's really a projection of some of the mode of training we undertook by going to train people in the mining sites. Instead of stopping everything, we had to go and train them in safety, in health, and in value addition and business management so that they don't lose the traction. And of course, part of the work also has been around the practical demonstration of the work. Incidentally, we did a SNAP survey, and most associations and enterprises who the program really supported were able to survive better during issues of COVID and other crises, meaning they were more resilient and stronger because they could really sustain a lot of the market demand. And we give innovation grants where we partner with private sector. I think I've talked about that, but some of our interventions have really been in intentional collaborations to activate a lot of the value addition that we've been talking about. And of course, going forward, our work is really going to go into, I'm sure you're aware of the climate crisis. Definitely we've had good experience and testing of which materials are working better in what environments. So that's on the social aspirations of any space, but also taking care to make sure that we don't undermine the environment and climate as we mine. And of course, definitely, most of our work is also realistic of the increasing housing deficit in most countries, including Uganda. So we are seeing how to harness the construction opportunities better. And definitely, in terms of an emphasis on low carbon materials, because of emissions associated with mining, also we've really done good work, and we would like to share more opportunity allowing on what innovations we've seen and we've implemented even in Uganda to have more environmentally friendly construction materials. That's what I would tell you about the Development Minerals Program in Uganda. And of course, we are available to share this information. It's both online and anywhere you can find us, so feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hope for structuring our hope. Your presentation has really restructured our hopes, and we are sure we are at it. I would like to request you, honorable guests, that if you would allow, we would like to take just a photo with our honorable minister, because he will be leaving us soon for another engagement. So we would kindly request that as we go for lunch, because we are going for a lunch break, so but we would kindly request that we take up that photo for a minute, then we can go for our lunch, then we come back for the next session, which will also take a couple of few hours, and we are done with the function. So the photographer could guide us on which could be the suitable place to stand, outside or outside? In the corner. You could guide us on where. Yeah, that we could pass here, then where we would pick our tea is where we can go and stand for this memorable photo for Madi. And we have our lunch. Then we come back for the next session.
every one of us is tasked individually to go and think about what value could you add to any mineral? Because even in your backyard, there are minerals you never really attach value to. Like, I used not to think that gravel is a mineral. I used not to know that sand is a mineral, water is a mineral. Until I joined the mineral sector, I came to learn that even water is. Which value could you add on the water? So let's not always think about tasking the government, tasking the development partners, the EU, the French embassy, and whatever. But in our individual capacities, we have at least a value to add on the minerals that we are all here to discuss about how we could add value to increase the benefication and to ensure we increase the value. Because that is a trajectory that could lead us to the economic growth that we are all yearning at our different levels, could even be at household level, could even trickle down to an individual level. So, Mr. Ochiti, I'm here eating your time. I'll be happy if you come and take up this microphone. Yes. Welcome back once again, members. We are welcoming Mr. Felix, who is a guru and an expert in the mineral sector. He's going to give us his perspective. A round of applause. Assume the other microphone on the podium. Yep, we are at it, and we are sure we are ending in time. Thank you so much. You are very welcome, Felix.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's always difficult to start after lunch, especially when we have just had a very nice meal. There's always a tendency to take it a little further than necessary, but my apologies for the delay, but we're good to go. Obviously, this morning they have already laid a very, very good foundation for my presentation. I think Frank did justice in trying to give an expose on the main theme of our discussion this today, and that's about value addition. And he touched on a number of things. Among them, he touched about the AMV, which is the African Mineral Mining Vision. He touched the AMREC, which is the subject of my discussion this afternoon, the African Minerals Resource Classification and Management Systems. And of course, he touched as well about the Pan-African Reporting Code and a little bit why that is necessary in the whole equation of value addition. And my responsibility this afternoon is basically to try and show you how these all come together to try and support the minerals development, and particularly value addition in the minerals sector. I am privileged to be a member of the African Union HAMREC working group, technical working group, that is charged with the development, promotion, and the dissemination of information around AMREC and PAC. And AMREC and PAC started we started this development sometime in 2017. And I'm glad that in 2021, in the wake of COVID, it was adopted by the Specialized Technical Committee of the African Union, and it was also accepted by the Council of Ministers, and eventually it was passed in the summit in February 2022. So it's a tool, like Frank has mentioned, for the realization of the African mining vision. And that's what I'll try this afternoon in a very short presentation, to try and give you particularly what's all about, in a nutshell, how we can use it, and how it contributes to value addition on the continent, and specifically in the projects that we have in Africa. And of course, I've listened to presentations, particularly the one of Hilton, which of course looks at the challenges that we have, the realities of the time and the challenges, especially when we put certain legislations and policies in place, and the realities on ground when it comes to development of some of these projects. I don't know where that way, okay. Okay, so, so briefly that's my outline. I'll give you an introduction, tell you a little bit about the African Challenge, which I think the foundation has been laid already this morning, and then I'll talk about the AMREC and its application or support to the minerals value addition, and a little bit about why PAC. I can't go into detail because I don't have all that time, but most people always ask why the Pan-African Reporting Code when we have so many other systems already in place. And then I'll conclude and give you the policy implication of that. So as a disclaimer, of course, a few things here might be copyrighted, and it's basically for purposes of this presentation and nothing else. So as an introduction, let's talk about this a little bit. I was privileged to be in a meeting for the resource management in 2018 in Geneva. And a question was asked in the audience, what do you think is the most important SDG among the 17? And of course, as you would expect it, there were divergent views. Some people thought, maybe SDG number 2 is more important, number 5, gender equality, and of course, a number of people talked about climate change, number 13. It was varied. What surprised me the most is that among the audience, no one talked about SDG number 1. And no one also talked about SDG number 2. And all of them actually are supposed to be collectively the sustainable development goals for the world. Yeah, it's a global aspiration. So the question then I asked at that point, we live in a shared hearth. We want the same things. All of us have the same aspirations. We want development. We want our economies to grow. Everybody aspires to grow and grow and grow economically around the world. The question, therefore, is that, is it actually a concerted effort? And that question, your guess is as good as mine on how you'd answer it. But I will reckon and I will argue that the effort is not concerted. And why is it so? Because we need to find a balanced position where visions can speak to each other. Here we have the global vision, Sustainable Development Goal, Agenda 2030. We need to be able to achieve these 17 goals collectively as a world. But also we have Agenda 2063. What is that about? A prosperous Africa driven by its people. It's fancy, it's nice, it's good, it's an aspiration. It's something we have to look forward, we aspire to. But also we have the Africa mining vision, and that's bringing it home. Because how do you then achieve that? One of the ways to achieving that is by being able to achieve the vision for mining in Africa. And that is the transparent application of our minerals for our development. And so it's important for us to actually have all these visions speaking to each other so that we can be able to get the full benefit of our mineral sector. So here is some of the things that we see around the world. Of course, when we talk about minerals, whether you talk about all the other natural resources, whether it's oil and gas or minerals and all that, and I come from a background of oil and gas, you'll find that we have a lot of systems around the world. We have a lot of reporting codes, reporting standards, we have a lot of management systems, but how do we actually have these management systems working together? And that's where we started as a continent. How can we find a place that all of us can speak the same language in order to be able to appreciate the value that we can get from our mineral resources? And that's where AMREC came in. So what is AMREC and why the need for resource integration? As a continent, we needed to bring this together, and so we developed what we call a comprehensive system for the management of Africa's mineral resources. And this system is not only for minerals. It cuts across. It can work on minerals. It can work for petroleum. It can work for renewable energy. It can work for all energy and mineral resources. And that was the basis of the development of AMREC, because we wanted a platform that can be able to actually work across all minerals and energy sector issues to do with management or sustainability in our management of the resources. And so we went ahead and developed a single classification system, which is based on what is known as the United Nations Framework Classification for Resources, which is the classification system for the AMREC. But it has the peculiar issues in it, embedded in it, which is where the resource management component of AMREC comes in. So what is the African challenge? Because are we saying that this should be the silver bullet? Absolutely not. I will not come here and tell you that this will be the single silver bullet that will solve all the problem. But one thing we do know is that we must start somewhere. And what is the problem? The problem that we have identified at in the continent is the silos management of challenges that we have. So when we develop such a system, what is important is how can we then be able to have it trickle down so that issues and policies and laws that Chris was talking about earlier on, and the challenges that Jennifer was talking about in implementing some of these or complying with some of this requirement of, total ban on export of minerals, how can we find a balance on that? But the challenges are real, and those are the things we see. Look at some of these challenges, which I won't go into detail. But 2/3 of our export on the continent is in the extractives, which means we cannot actually ignore any aspect to do with the extractive sectors. We must be able to tackle it head on. So the challenges that we face must be tackled by all of us collectively, and that operation becomes important. And when you go through all that, you still realize that the challenges in Africa can be summarized into something that we can all work together. For example, we look at, with the exception of South Africa, no reporting code is available on the continent that can be used by all. Yes, I know we have JOG. Yes, I know we have maybe PRMS for the petroleum. Yes, I know we have all these Canadian reporting code. I know we have the Australian code and all this together. But can we have a platform where all this starts to speak to each other? And that's why we came up with this. And that last point there about raw materials being exported, mostly a huge chunk of it, and we have seen this, is a challenge that you can find in West Africa, in East Africa, in South Africa, in North Africa, Central Africa, wherever you go. The question is how much value, and that speaks to the challenge that Jennifer was talking about. How can we be able to meet the reality, the aspiration, but also face the challenges that come with it? And I will do that by illustrating just one. This is an extraction from one of the reports from Amnesty International that was published in 2017. And that's just for cobalt. Well, you will find statistics that might vary in some, but we all have consensus, at least on the continent, that over 50% of global cobalt come from the DRC. So if you follow that value chain and you see how it moves, so you'll see that majority of the work, which is considered the lower value, the lower chain in the value, the lower value in the chain, is in DRC. So that's where the extraction takes place. That's where you find almost 20% artisanal miners contributing to that value chain. That's where you find the lowest earner in that value chain is. So where is that, and where is the raw material coming from? It's coming from the DRC. And where is value being added? Well, I know there is primary value that can be added at the source, but you see where the biggest value is, because at the end of the day, when you follow that to China, to Japan, to South Korea, to Europe, to the US, all that North American belt, and then it comes back as your phone and all these other things that we use as far as the products that can be got from cobalt is concerned. That's where the value is gained, utilized, or lost, depending on which side you are in. The question then we should be able to ask ourselves is this a sustainable way? It's a question for all of us, a question for Uganda, a question for Ghana, a question for DRC, for any other African country. That's the question. Is this sustainable? And I'll leave that question with you. But we have gone ahead as a continent and said, look, there are many other challenges associated with the mineral sector. And those are just some of them. You will see these kind of headlines across the continent. And that one in the middle was extracted from Uganda sometime, I think, in 2018. If gold miners are rejecting investors' offer, what does that mean? It means that they think that they're not getting value for their labor. They're not getting value for the work that they're putting it in as far as the mineral sector is concerned. And what can we do? That's where we come in. So let me show you a little bit then how HAMREC can be able to contribute or support value addition. And for us to be able to understand that, we need to understand how we apply HAMREC. And that's the knowledge gap that now the implementation of HAMREC is going into. In order to be, we want to build the capacities of the African member states to be able to appreciate how, first of all, to apply HAMREC, but also what problems we have that HAMREC can solve. And we can talk about so many of them that HAMREC touches on. We can talk about how to improve the participation of the artisanal miners. We can talk about how to improve the competent persons that are handling the reporting of these mineral resources. We can talk about many other aspects. But for today, I want to concentrate on value addition. And for me to do that, you need to know what HAMREC is and how you apply them. So I'll take you through a small technical presentation on that, but I'll do it in a very illustrative manner to make it easier for you. The first stage in the application of HAMREC is what we call the resource estimation. And this is a bit intuitive because most of us who work in the resource sector, you understand. There are always standard ways of resource estimation. And that you can build consensus around the continent and say, okay, when we are talking about maybe solid minerals, what are we using? What method are we using? Polygonal, or we are going to use maybe stochastic or something like that? You need to agree and build consensus. But it's an industry applicable way of estimating resources. That would be the first stage. The second stage is the classification stage. And here is where the peculiarity of HAMREC comes in. We're now applying the United Nations Framework Classification for Resources in order to be able to classify the different quantities or in terms of the different maturity stages of a project. And here we need to build capacity. The third one is the most important because that's what comes and brings out the aspiration that we are talking about, the vision that I mentioned before. And here we are looking at how can we be able to actually achieve the AMV, how can we be able to achieve the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is the sustainability test. And this, every project must be able to achieve or be able to meet the requirements of sustainability test. And here is where something called the critical controlling factors become important, and I'll show you what that is in a little while. The last stage is the reevaluation stage. What is this stage about? This is a stage where you actually, having estimated your resource, classified it, checked it against the sustainability test, you now have to make a decision. Do they actually meet the sustainability test? If it doesn't, you'll have to reclassify and maybe go back and do additional work. And one of those might include value addition. So how is this applied? I'll not waste time on the estimation stage because I've already explained what that is. So whether you're talking about gold mine, whether you're talking about uranium, or you're talking about petroleum, oil and gas, you're talking about wind energy, there's a scientific standard way of estimating resources. So depending on that. And here, key for this is the Pan-African Reporting Code. Why? Because it talks about the standard of competent persons. When you go into the Pan-African Reporting Code, it tells you what a competent person would be. And of course, I know many other reporting codes talks about competent persons. And we are not reinventing the wheel at all in as far as the Pan-African Reporting Code is concerned. We are adapting it, but being able to ensure that the Africans can be able to participate. So that if you say this is the standard for competent persons in this sector, or for somebody who is estimating gold reserves or something like that, whether you're a Canadian or if you're an Australian or a South African, you should be able to understand clearly that this person meets that requirement or not. So that's one. Now this one, sorry. Now this is a bit usually challenging, but let me just make it a bit simple. The framework for classification in AMREC is this three-dimensional classification system, where we have on the y-axis, we have the environmental, social considerations. So basically, we are saying that we are not only looking at economic viability, which is on the x-axis, we also consider is a little bit, most of us are actually very familiar with that. And of course, the g-axis is what we call the range of uncertainty. For example, when we're talking about geology of an area, if you level in as far as the geology of this deposit is concerned, you need to be able to ascertain that. So it goes from high certainty to much lower certainty. And that is what you consider in trying to come up with this three-dimensional framework. And unfortunately, this is a bit far and I can't see it properly. I can now see the chart here. So the E, F, and G. So you have the social aspect, the environmental consideration of that project, and you have the feasibility in terms of the economics and commerciality of that project, and then you have the geological understanding of that project. And all that has ranges of uncertainty associated with it, and that's what is defined on this next two-dimensional graph. I will not go into this detail, but suffice to say that each of those classification levels have a definition to it. So what does an E1 actually mean? An E1 means that you have that project has a very high conformity or conforms to the requirements of environmental, social, and all the other economic aspects of that project. And for example, and I'll show you shortly that you might have done an impact assessment already, you might have done feasibility study on that project, and so on and so forth. So that is a very high level of classification of your project. And then you go into the aspects of the feasibility of that project, whether you've done it or not, and then the geological aspect of that project, whether you have very high certainty of the deposit. And I think that Jennifer touched on that. The 12 years she talked about, that takes out. It can vary, of course, depending on which project you're working on. So it's important that you actually understand it. So all that has definitions that we may not have time to go into the details. But this is where I want to concentrate, because this is what is peculiarly a little bit new to most people, the sustainability test. So we have something called the critical controlling factors. Now, in the critical controlling factors, here we have picked 5. And these 5, the first one is called the project milestone and decision gates. What are we actually looking at here? We want to be able to show that your project has gone through stages that are important in the life cycle of your project. For example, has your project actually done an ESIA? For example, does your license have a condition for value addition as a requirement? If your project doesn't have that, has not gone through that, and your license does not have a requirement for value addition, it means that you're not going to pass that test. When we go to the next one, where value addition is, we want to actually see whether you have a policy, for example, on value addition. We were having a chat with Chris earlier on, and you said that somebody asked the question, what are we going to do with the licenses that may be going to be affected by the new law? And a simple conversation there was like, most of the people, some people were very ambitious when they were applying for these licenses. Somebody will say, oh yes, we're going to add value to the raw materials. So at the end of the day, you want to mark that person with the license and say, okay, your license required you to add value on this mineral, on this raw material. So what have you actually done in as far as value addition is concerned? So if you cannot be able to meet that requirement, that is part of your, as part of your condition for the license, it means that you are actually failing the sustainability test. And when we are talking about economic diversification, we want to see if we have a gold mine in Mubende, for example, what other linkages that we talked about, the side streams, the upstreams, the downstreams, and so forth. How are the people, the auxiliary services that are around Mubende, benefiting from this project of your gold mine? That is what we are testing here. So you have to be able to show that this project actually meets this requirement. The other one is comprehensive resource recovery. What does that actually mean? You've set out to go and mine for copper, but you end up with cobalt in Kilembe. So what do you do with that? Because your license was for copper, then you end up with cobalt. So the idea here is that you must have a policy that if you have set out a license, you have a license, for example, for copper, and then you incidentally discover, maybe you might have done preliminary work before, or by just coincidence, land on another mineral that you were not actually targeting, there must be a policy in place to ensure that you have a comprehensive recovery plan for the different minerals that you'll be able to encounter. The other one is the concept of zero waste. Here is simple, it's very intuitive. The byproduct of one process should be a raw material for the next process. So these are the 5 critical factors that test sustainability of a project. The question, therefore, is that when you reach then the re-evaluation stage, what are you trying to do? Here you're trying to say, yes, you have already estimated your resource. Maybe you have so many tons of your resource. Yes, you've classified it based on the maturity of that project. You think it is maybe a development on hold or pending. And so you have classified your resource, and then you come and test it on sustainability. So does it meet the requirement for sustainability? So if it doesn't meet the requirement for sustainability, what AMREC does is that you have to now put in place a mechanism to go and try and meet that sustainability test. And this is if, for example, your license required you, if Chris here gave you a license from the ministry and said, look, your license has a requirement for you to add value to your minerals, then you must show evidence that you actually have a policy on value addition. If that is not included, then you have to reclassify that project in another class because it does not meet the sustainability test. Now, we did some project with Madi in 2019, I think. 2021, yes, in the wake of COVID. And in that project, because I don't have time to go through the background of the project, but I'm going just to show you the results. So in this project, which I'm calling Project A, Project B, C, and D, 4 of them, what we did is that, yes, we carried out, we have the classification, and then we went ahead and did the sustainability test. This is how you implement a decision on the development of your project. So you have a class. The first one, Project A, class justified for development, which is a subclass in the classification of, in the UNFC classification, which is in the AMREC. So it's justified for development, and we have those EFG classes for each of those for that project. However, we put the project through the sustainability test, and we did a comprehensive work for about 3 months on this one. So you can see Project A, for the most part, with the exception of comprehensive resource recovery, the rest are not doing very well. So the question there is, should you continue with this project as justified for development? When you look at Project B, with the exception of, again, comprehensive resource recovery and maybe decision gate decision gate criteria, the rest are questionable. So then you'll have to ask yourself that, does this project still have to proceed as planned? So as a country, as a sector, these are the tests you have to go through. Similarly for Project C, similarly for Project D. So it is not now enough, as far as AMREC is concerned, for you to just estimate resource and classify it. You have to go an extra mile to test whether it meets the sustainability test. And if it doesn't, then you cannot progress with that project. Now, let me bring it back home. Now, if Uganda has already passed, as it has already passed, we already have a law that is actually either it is total ban or restriction, depending on which language you want to use. and say, okay, our materials are not going out raw. We must be able to add value to it. The debate on how much value, and which I had both Chris and Jennifer presenting very heavily on maybe case-by-case basis to looking at the, the mineral type before you can actually define how much value you can add to that. That's a different debate. But if we have it as a principle that we must add value, then there must be evidence that the raw material that we have in the country has been added value before it is exported. And if it doesn't meet, then it means that it does not meet the sustainability test, because the aspect or the reasoning behind that law was so that we can be able to gain more from our minerals and develop it sustainably. If we cannot be able to show that the development meets this sustainability test, then we will have to reconsider that project, but not necessarily put it away, but find means and mechanisms to develop them, and improve the subclasses so that they can meet the class for development. Lastly, which is only one slide, is about PAC. PAC is the Pan-African Reporting Code, and I know for most of us here, perhaps we are familiar with many other reporting codes. Here, what we are basically trying to say is that we need to have a unified system for public reporting, so that whatever we report in Ghana or in Mali or in Congo or in Uganda is understood by everybody. So it's understood by anyone who looks at this document, reads, because he knows what a competent person is, as defined in this Pan-African Code, will be able to be to have confidence per se in this reporting code. And we are trying to work closely with the Association of African Security Exchange, ASEA. And this is a big association, of course, has now over 25 exchanges in 37 countries, with market capitalization of over $2 trillion US. And we think that if we work together and agree on this Pan-African Reporting Code, it will be able to actually boost, so that we work in the continental free trade area with the same understanding across the continent. That's the whole idea. It's not an idea, and this is where I want to emphasize, it's not to put away all the other reporting codes. It's not to say that one is better over the other, no. It is a tool for the realization of the Africa Mining Vision, because the Africa Mining Vision is a concerted effort for all of us, so that the mineral sector, the mining sector in Africa, can actually have a platform that each one understands each other. And this is one of those tools that is supposed to enable the realization of the African Mining Vision. And this vision, AMREC and PAC will ensure a comprehensive assessment for sustainable development. That's what we are looking for. And also it will contribute to achievement of these visions that I've talked about. It's applicable to minerals, petroleum projects, renewables, and so on. And it provides value addition, it supports value addition to minerals by the way I've just shown you here. So what's the policy implication of this? It's that every member country should be able to adapt. Whether we shall arrive at that today, tomorrow, or next year is everybody's guess, but we believe that as a continent, because we have sovereign states that have to be able to adopt this kind of vision. They're already signatories to the AMV, and we believe that with more advocacy and being able to show the benefits of adopting this system will bring to the continent, most of them will be able to come on board. So with those few remarks, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Together, understand how the ASM could exponentially benefit from the mining. Thank you. We welcome you, sir, to give your presentation.
excuse me. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and thanks, Felix, for making my work a bit simpler, because what I'm presenting on actually is more of a general framework, what Madi looks at. We have a program for upgrading and modernization of African or artisan and small-scale mining in Africa. We propose this program because as Madi, we believe in empowering the ASM, that we don't develop them within a development model, but we develop them to make money and grow their businesses exponentially so that we can grow from being small, medium, and to large in future. A number of programs that are current in Africa is looking at ASM as, development programs. We can give in and give you some training, some this, which is good. And obviously, we do know that ASM can never be stamped out of Africa completely because it is part of the poverty eradication, poverty alleviation. It is livelihood. But a few of those will grow and become businessmen and women, and we believe that we have a model that can look at that. This is based on the Africa Mining Vision. I think okay, so if you manage it from there, that's fine. There is nothing much. But I'm not going to repeat that because I've already said that on earlier on. And I also had said the second slide, I'll jump it. And then I'll look at AMV as a vision that it calls on harnessing the potential of artisan and small-scale mining to stimulate local and national entrepreneurship, improve livelihoods, and advance integrated rural, social, and economic development. We look at poverty not from the social aspect, not from money aspect. Poverty is the absence of wealth. So most of the mining enclaves in the ASM are still in poverty because they are not making wealth. And you can only make wealth if you make money and spend some of it and be able to save. Because if you don't have the propensity to save, you cannot be able to reinvest. So you continue subsisting. It's a subsistence mining, like subsistence agriculture. So how do we improve that to ensure that we can progress further? Next slide. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me control. The African Union Mining Vision has a number of tools that they have developed, instruments that for domestication of the African Mining Vision. So we have a geological and mineral information system strategy. We have an African Minerals Governance Framework. We have an African Private Sector Compact, African Union Commodity Strategy, which talks about commodities contributing to industrialization, and what has just been presented as Africa Minerals and Energy Resource Classification and Management System and the Pan-African Reporting Code. And as Madi, we are trying to use that instrument in upgrading and modernizing the ASM. Bob has just presented very effectively on how it can contribute to value addition. Now, we need to look at it. How can it upgrade and modernize and professionalize the ASM sector? We know that the ASM sector is trying to be integrated into regional and global supply and value chains. But if you're going to be able to do that, you have to mine responsibly, you have to be traceable, and that your minerals which are being mined, am I? So, yeah, sure. For us to look at that, the other tool we need to look at is the African Minerals Governance Framework. We know that there are international governance frameworks. We have, even in Uganda, we subscribe to the EITI, Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. But we also have where the minerals, the small-scale mining, can actually manage to be governed very well, even though they may not reach the levels of the big companies that are being monitored by the EITI. But we can still manage to get these mining enclaves. And you've looked at Bob's presentation where he gave you the scale, the three-dimensional axis, where you have on one axis environment and social aspect. Small mining companies may not be able to develop environmental impact assessment, may not be able to develop social impact assessment, but within the framework of the AMREC, you can be able to showcase that you are not employing child labor, you are not abusing rights of women and so forth, or using slave labor and so forth, so that you are protecting environment, you showcase that once you have just finished your digging and mining what you mine, you can still reclaim the land, and the land will be reusable. So in that case, even if you don't have a full-fledged environmental and social impact assessments, but at least you can showcase that you can do it responsibly. So within that, we have also the Africa Mining Governance Framework. We can monitor you along the minerals value chain. Are you contributing to social development and so forth? So these are two instruments that we look at as we go along. Now, to be able to do that, we want to unpack the African minerals and energy resource classification and management system. Already, Bob has announced when it was adopted, but we think that its application to organize the African mineral resource sector by member states, especially the ASMs, is critical. These need to be organized based on the global environment, social, and governance standards. So we need to at least have the minimum ESG standards for the ASM to contribute to the economy. Now, also Bob has taken you through the critical controlling factors, and this is what we need to use when we are upgrading and modernizing the ASM. We want to ensure that the ASM sector, anybody who is into the small sector, is actually mining based on the project milestones and decision gates, where you have to have licensed, you are mining based on geological information, and you know what you're going to mine. You're not just mining haphazardly, or you're just being zoned because we are looking gold for here, we go down there because they say there is gold here. We need to make that decision. You have to have a transparency in licensing, you have to have a project feasibility study, at least at that level, and you have to have environmental and social impact assessments at the minimum that you can show that you are able. Then governments are doing into value addition. Can you value add? So if your project is going to be able to value add, then you can say, okay, yeah, we are going to mine this mineral, it's feeding gemstone, it's going to feed into the jewelry industry, and therefore there will be some value addition. But also we have heard from tin and tungsten 3Ts, some level of value addition can be done. So if we can support that at the small level, then we can be able to proceed. So when you look at the ASM, that's why I normally don't use artisanal, I always use African small and medium enterprises. They are small companies. When we are doing the pilot, which Bob referred to, we found a company in Chikagati, which is mining tin, but it had not been approved by JOG or any other international classification system. But it was mining and it was making profits. And they said this could be a good system, AMREC, to actually monitor, regulate small mining companies. So if you want to progress from being a cooperative to a mining company, as small as you are, you can mine responsibly and get your minerals, access the global markets. Then have you got economic diversification? Focus on resource sector that optimize Africa's finite mineral resource endowments, incorporating high value and low value resources at both commercial and small-scale levels. In terms of economic diversification, we have you go to Mubende, you go to Busia, these guys are mining, and it's not only here, we have been in Zambia, where this project is actually being implemented in Zambia right now by Madi. But you find that everybody's there looking for gold, but they are forgetting that the same soil, you go to Katwe, everybody's going into salt mining, but you forget that there is actually other activities that you can do. For instance, in Katwe, which Judith thought I was going to make to present on, we have a rain season. And during the rain season, these guys don't mine. They are ASM. They are mining salt. Everybody has got a salt on his table, in his household. You have your cows and goats leaking salt. You have salt feeding into other industries. We shall see later today what other products you can get out of salt. But during the rainy season, these people don't mine. So they go home, they sleep because the lake is flooded, and they have to filter out that water to be able to mine. But in that process, they are not doing anything. There is no any agricultural activity. There is no any other smart activity they can do. So they are just there not doing so much. And in the process, actually, that enclave, the production rate, the population growth rate there is higher than the national one. Because what they do during that period when they are redundant, they produce more children. And then that creates another pressure on the economy. So you find a lot of children there with no fathers, single parents, only mothers. They tell you, oh, this belonged to someone who came here to do a project and left during the rainy season. So how do we ensure that when they are not mining, they are also engaged in smart agriculture? They are greenhouses. They can do other things that takes away from thinking, oh, I have nothing to do. But also, when the rain is high, when there is also there is no rain, the production is so high. The cost of salt is so low. So when they produce their salt, they get very little money. So in that case, how do you diversify so that you have poultry farming, cage fishing, there is so many lakes, they are producing, so other activities that can help you, and do it smartly, that can help you not concentrate on only mining gold, mining aggregate stones, because that's also mining, or mining sand, or mining clay, all this. So that's where we think this project can actually determine whether your project is looking at economic diversification. Comprehensive resource recovery. You find that those who are mining, for instance, salt, I've just given the example, and I can give you even gold, they just look for salt that people just come and buy, because even in mining salt in Katwe, they are still selling it in raw form in Uganda. They are not even adding value to it. So talk about adding value to export, but even salt that we mine in our own countries, we don't add value to it. But if you want to add value to it, you'll find a lot of other products that you can get, and then you have a comprehensive resource recovery. But also, when you mine like tin, gold, and others, the tailings that you leave behind because you are looking for a certain mineral have got other minerals. If you are ever going in Zambia, we picked where they are mining gold, we found there could be signs of steel and others. If there is an economic sense to extract those minerals, then you can have a comprehensive resource recovery. Again, using the tin example in Kagati, we found that when they crush the stones looking for the casterite and tin or whatever, the remaining, which would have been tailings, now feed into aggregate stones to do construction for the houses or for the roads. That's comprehensive resource recovery. You are not losing anything, you are making everything, then benefiting from everything. Then the last one is the zero waste concept, which I think Bob did explain so well. But also we look at end of the mining cycle. What do you do? Are you going to be able to reclaim your soil, your land, and everything's back to normal? Then you can plant trees, everything. You are not losing because the area has been mined, and several times you find potholes. You are grazing your goats, they fall in the potholes. You never see it because the pothole is so long. It is a mining pothole. So you need to ensure that there is a zero waste concept. So this is what we think should be used to mobilize ASM. But more importantly, as Madi, we think of the mapping of ASM, and there has been a lot of mapping for ASM. We know in Uganda from a UNDP project, there's over 300,000 ASM in the development minerals. When you go into gold, there are so many of them. But how do we map them? Do we map them by knowing them, or we do map them based on value chain? So when you look at that diagram, you'll find that you have those who are into production. Again, based on value chain, you have those who are trading, you have those who are doing regulation. They are all into the same process. But you also have suppliers of equipment. When you go to Kasese, to Mubende, you'll find people who are supplying technology. They are bringing generators to supply. There are even those who are supplying finance, microfinance. They are sitting there with their money, lending out, on usurious interest rates, because someone wants to buy something, he doesn't have money, he can't go to the bank, he runs someone with 200 million sitting down with it there, and then they say, okay, we'll give it to you at 20%, 30%, and then that's what they do. But if you are going to map up, all these people need to be mapped up so that you know who is who along the value chain within that context. Then when you have done that, you can know who have vested interests and who can cause community vulnerability. If I'm coming in to mine with some vested interests, how am I going to add value to the community? That's why for us, we believe that when you go in, the community should have water, should have sanitation, should have all these other elements that ASM should have, so that the whole entire ASM ecosystem are most vulnerable, and why they are not vulnerable is when we come in to say, you have mined, you are processing gold, you have left the water contaminated, you have left the whole soil up and down. So you have actually not done the best interest for the communities because they won't benefit from that. So we intend to look at the whole entire process as we go along. So then we do mapping of the minerals. In fact, we are working, Madi, we have just created a joint venture with a company coming from Oklahoma or from the US, and we are producing technology tailored to ASM. We are not saying ASM should be chased away because there is no technology, because they can't afford expensive technology, so they should be chased away. Instead, we are actually in partnership with McCoy Gold Mines, who produce technology along the entire value chain and different minerals, even though their name is McCoy Gold Mine, and they will be making a presentation later on. So we have decided to bring in technology that can support even the ASM to know your geological mapping, and they are using a process called soil, gas, and hydrocarbon process. For those who are geologists, you might know geophysics, but that's what we are trying to do, that when you get an area, you have been licensed, it's a simple technology, you can go and do exploration, and you know what you're going to mine, instead of trying here, trying there, and then you lose the whole thing. So we do the mapping of minerals as well, which you want to mine. Do you want to go to tin, you want to go to limestone, you are going to go everything, you should do it based on geological information, which is part of the controlling factor number one. Then we need to ensure that you have legal registration. A number of them, there is a lot of promotion of cooperatives. Cooperatives are good, we believe in them, but we have found in some areas that in some cases, in some countries, including Zambia and Ghana and others, that cooperatives have been filtrated by those who are actually exploiting ASM. Because you have a license, you are a cooperative, you don't have technology, then someone comes in and sits with the technology. In Zambia, where we are, there are Somalis and other groups sitting there with wet processing technology for gold, and they're actually taking everything from these guys. So we think that if you license as a small company and you behave as a company instead of being a cooperative, it could become much better for you to access services, finance, you can access technology. So we support that legal registration process into small companies. But if you want to operate as a cooperative, we don't have a problem. But we believe having small companies will help you grow. So you can come from being informal, being illegal, to being a cooperative, but from the cooperative you can have individuals say, now we want to progress and become small, and then we can access technology, which is quite not very cheap, and then we can do better than that. We try to look at building productive capacities and technological capability. So when you are a small or a cooperative or anything, you need to understand what are the skills you have. For instance, the technology that we have the soil, gas, and hydrocarbon geophysical exploration and mineral testing doesn't need to have a degree in geological information. You need to have a basic knowledge, and you will understand how to collect samples, and that samples will be taken. Once they have been tested, then you can put that map with your coordinates, if you know the coordinates, like you have your piece of land, and then you can know where the minerals are. So we think that building productive capability, productive capacities and technological capabilities can help these guys not only wait for technology to come, but also invent technology. Look at those guys who are on the other side. That technology is produced locally, but it is for processing gold. They didn't have to wait for someone to come and do it. They just have the idea, they do it. They're not extracting 100% or 70%, maybe 30%, but at least they have done that. So if you build them into a better way of thinking, they can actually develop better technology than that. So how can we produce then from that one to the other technology? So the technology is on the right. That technology is what Madi is bringing in place together with McCoy. We have established a joint venture called McCoy Technical Solutions Limited, registered in Zambia as a company. And this technology you see there is a mercury-free technology for processing gold, and it produces up to 97%, rather extracts up to 97%. So your tailings can be put back, it can be going back into reclamation. Yeah, you don't have, because what happens now with ASM, when they, especially with gold, when they extract gold, because there is only 30% extracted using mercury, the remaining tailings are be taken away by those who want to go and process again using other methods to get more. But this process, you just get your gold, and then you can put the soil back in the soil to be reclaimed and use it more effectively. Then the other one is technology and infrastructure. We believe here the technology and infrastructure we want looking at. We come in with water, we drill water, we work on sanitation, we built all that, the system you see down there with the young people in the rivers washing. We want to remove that and put proper water systems. Even when you have an enclave of mining as a small company, you should be able to have a borehole. Boreholes are not very expensive. You can have, even at our local level, you can dig a borehole up to 200 feet, less than 15 million. That's not much. So you can have clean water for drinking, clean water for processing your minerals, and so forth. So that we stop this waste of the landscape, and we are mining responsibly. Even if you are an ASM, you can mine responsibly by getting. So if we can find this technology to support that process so that ASMs mine responsibly, then why should your minerals not access the global markets? Finally, maybe close to final, we want to capture every piece of the information we get within blockchain. Right now, the whole world is into a quantum age in terms of ICT, information, communication, and technology. So we are going into blockchain technology. In fact, we have within Madi our expert on blockchain technology. What does that mean? It means that if you are an ASM, and we have captured every contract you have been doing. If you have contracted someone who is supplying technology, that person is not also employing a child. That if you have gone into contract with another person, that person is not abusing other people. That you are not actually bringing in minerals that are coming from conflict areas. So we actually capture that information into a global blockchain, which means that if that mineral goes out of Busia, Mubende, and it goes into global market, they can do the QR code or the barcode, whichever it is, they will be able to trace that mineral from where it came from, so that they know this mineral didn't come from a wrong place, and you are into a global village. You actually integrated. You don't need to fight with the big companies. The big companies do their job, you do your job, and you mine responsibly. So this blockchain technology is what we as Madi think will capture this. Maybe it may be difficult to do it with big companies because they have a lot of information that is being put in and under confidentiality clause. But for ASM in Africa, you can actually give all the information you want to give because it will help you and it will help the planner to plan for you. The government will plan for you. They will know how much you are contributing to the economy. They will know how much wealth you are contributing, how many jobs you are creating, how much wealth you are creating. So then you can cry to the government to say, please come to me because this is what I'm doing. Because right now, the advantage is with the big companies who say, this is how much I'm doing, this is how much tax I'm giving you. But When you want the revenue to come to you, they will say, oh, we need your 30% corporate tax, but they don't know what you are producing, how you are producing it. So we believe that this blockchain technology gives us an opportunity to ensure that you are traceable and your minerals can enter into the global value chain and supply chains. Then we have investment mobilization. We want, after you have done that, then we can mobilize investments. The project we have developed for Katwe is called Lake Katwe White Gold Smart Village. Why? Because salt was the first tradable commodity on the continent. Even during the trans-Saharan trade, they were trading in salt and gold, and it is known as white gold. But you go to those people who have been mining for over 10,000 years, but they're still mining in poverty. You know, they are even entrenched in poverty. They have salt pans and so forth. We've talked to Jennifer previously. How do we help them to get this, the PPEs and so forth? The private sector is willing, but they don't know how to do it. So we can mobilize this investment. Once we know you know what to do, we can give you solar panels, and you can actually, instead of going to mine, going into the water, you can filter out water and do crystallization using solar technology without having to go into the water. Women are becoming barren because they have to be in water all the way. The men, water comes up to here. It's terrible. So if we make sure that we package you well, we upgrade you, we modernize you, it's easy to talk to the Jennifers of this world and others in the private sector, big ones, who want to support the sector. Then they can say, okay, by the way, if you are mining gold, it can enter into our supply chains, so we will invest in you. If you are mining tin, we shall buy from you, so we shall give you. Because if you are producing green beans, and it's going to go into Tesco in the UK, they can buy from you because they can come and say contract farming. Why can't we have contract mining with the small ones, see if they know you are mining responsibly? So the investment won't be difficult to mobilize once you are mining responsibly. Finally is research and development. You cannot do this without research and development. The youth earlier on asked the question and they will be making their presentations. And the government has mentioned this morning they have created centers. We, as Madi, we are going to work with the government to go into those centers and take the young people there. There was this linkage between government, between the academia, which was brought earlier on. Why can't we have a project where we partner with the government and get these young people to go there and start training, maybe dismantle drones and start knowing how is the drone made, so that we start going into research and development. Or if you are mining gemstone, and why should you actually sell it when you can go and know how to make a mold, how to produce a mold, how to polish gemstones and then make a jewelry or something. There are so many things that we can do along the value chain, but they require research and development and innovation. Finally, we need to look at health and safety. As I mentioned, there is a lot of issues. That's why for us, within the AMREC, at the environment and social aspect, we look at not only mining responsibly for the environment, but mining responsibly for your own health. You don't die in there. You don't mine without proper equipment. You don't just go in and say, I'm looking for money. And when you know tomorrow you are going to have silicon tuberculosis and so forth. So all these things, we need to ensure that they are captured in our mapping, and we support you to move to do a better job. Finally, again, I keep on saying final until I get to final, climate change. This is a big thing in the room. It's a big elephant in the room. If you don't take care of the climate change, then you are going to be finished. And the small mining entities are the best in destroying the environment, because they mine and go, they mine here and go, they don't find here, they go. You need to visit some of those areas and you see those ones which have never, they have grown over them, but inside there is the environment. You cannot grow beans. And tomorrow, your children and great children, sustainability is not going to be there, because sustainable development means that you manage your resources for today's generation without jeopardizing the future generation. So you need to put their soil back, plant trees, make sure that someone who comes back, you never know, maybe another gold grew down there, maybe some other mineral, but reclaim the soil, plant trees, and then maybe you can even claim carbon credits and so forth. So we need to take better, to use better form of environment protection, but also use green technology. Like I mentioned, for our green smart village in Katwe, we are only going to, proposing to use only smart technology, solar, renewable energy, if wind and so forth. But this will be helping them to do the mining, to do the processing, to do the packaging and branding, and eventually selling their products. Expected results from what we are trying to do as Madi on ASM, that's why I gave it, I did a joint project with Katwe and this one, is that we shall have an ASM that contributes to the implementation and achievement of the goals and the national planning development plans. We shall have a formalized ASM sector that catalyzes and improves livelihoods and equitable wealth creation among those involved in the ASM, not only the diggers, but even those surrounding them. Because you find one digger has got 3 or 4 people behind, one miner has got 10 people. If you equip 2, 3, 4 miners, you'll have 30 behind you, you know? So if we come in, we shall have a big community of small miners and their dependents. Improved adoption of sustainable ASM practices leading to reduced environmental impact and improved occupational health and safety conditions. Improved productivity and efficiency through training, transfer of knowledge, appropriate technologies and equipment. Let me just mention this gentleman that we partnered with from Oklahoma. I sent him a picture of a woman digging gold in Zambia. And he looked at this picture and he said, I have designed technology that this lady can continue mining as a small one, but mining without killing herself. Which can come, it's just simple. You continue mining, but you're not going to kill yourself. You are mining safely. So that's what we are trying to do. Create transparent market access and improved market linkages, leading to increased incomes and improved livelihoods for ASM communities. Improved policy, legal, and regulatory framework environment for ASM. As I said, once you package yourself well in the blockchain, you can talk to the government. They will consider you as an entity. They won't look at you as an illegal, minor, useless, informal. No, but now they will. But now this is a full-fledged sector. Then improved livelihood through provision of social services in health and access to clean water. And finally, an ASM sector that mines responsibly within the minimum environment, social, and governance standards globally. So this is what we expect using our model for mapping the ASM. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our Executive Chairman, for the thorough, detailed presentation. As always, whenever he's making a presentation, you never want him to stop because the brains keep on flowing and you feel like, oh, I should continue getting a grasp from him. So we thank you for the good presentation. Dear members, I would like to request you for a minute to stand up and stretch a bit for a minute, or even a microsecond. Just stand up, stretch a bit, and so that we can reactivate. Yes. We are going to actually is it second last? We are close towards the end of our workshop. We are going to have a presentation from Dr. Justus Massa, and this would be on Zoom. We have a guest who is going to make his presentation, and he's on Zoom. Actually, 2 presentations are going to be on Zoom. So, technical people, what's the picture like? You don't have him online?
I just mentioned about our project in Katwe, and I had not realized our team has, our representatives from Katwe are with us. I invited two people, a gentleman and a lady, and they have brought this salt. So I'm going to ask Halima, thank you for coming. You took all the bus through, that's what they call entrepreneurship. Please come and explain what this salt is, because I'll be telling lies if I try to explain what this salt, how you have done it. Because this is, some of it is been washed, which means there has been value addition, and some of it. So actually, Uganda has got a lot of product minerals in which to add value, other than looking at big minerals. Because this is really, so Ronald, do you want to come and talk? Okay. Just briefly.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm called Kawagambe Ronald. So I'm a field officer of Madi in Katwe. So in Katwe, we have different types of salt. We have two methods of salt mining. We have dredging. Dredging is applied in the salt pans. Then we also have open cast. The salt pans, the dredging is done 80% by women because of the brine. The volume of the water stops at the knees. But the open cast, we find a man standing in the brine which stops at the neck. That means the rest of his body is inside the water. So women don't go in the main lake because of the brine. We had one woman who insisted to do the second method, the open cast. For men, she used to pad herself before going to the salt lake. She worked for 2 years, unfortunately, she died. But when they cross-examined her, they found that however much she used to pad herself, still the brain penetrated through her organ and affected the uterus. So we have different types of salt. These ones are got from the salt pan. This one, it is called unwashed salt. We use it for preservation of hides and skins before we export them. So we also have for human consumption. It is white in color and in crystals, but it has big crystals because we don't have a salt processing industry. But we had one which was built by the late President Idi Amin Dada in 1974. Maybe they didn't make enough research. They used methods of which salt corrodes machine. That's why the salt lake broke down. So as per now, we don't have a salt processing industry. This salt from Lake Katwe, we call it a free gift from nature because you pick it from the salt lake without adding anything and put in food. So it's organic. Even people with diabetes, they are advised to use this salt because there is no any component which they add in. So that is all about Lake Katwe.
Thank you so much, Ronald, for the brief. We are going to have a presentation on Zoom. I think this is our second last item on the agenda. And therefore, I would like to invite our Mr. Isaac, are you ready to connect us to that person? As you try to settle up, is there any representative from Global Rights Alert? No. So I think let's go to the Zoom presentation from Mr. Wesley and no? Who is starting first? Who is ready? Just as he's ready.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Mr. Massa.
Yes, Justice. I don't know if someone is going to help to share the slides, or shall I just upload them from here? But if I'm not able to, so I would need some support that someone, I sent the slides. If the technical team can upload them, then I'll begin my presentation.
I think you should start as they prepare the presentation.
Okay, good. I'm Justice Massa from the Max Planck Institute, and I'm happy to meet very many familiar faces here and listen to very many brilliant talks. Frank, thank you for having given me the opportunity to present at this mineral value addition workshop. I'm pleased to Felix, thanks for the very wonderful presentation about the African mining vision that you just shared with us. Felix was my student when I used to teach at Makerere University. And so I'm very honored that he has grown up and I can learn a lot from him about the African mining vision. I'm also pleased to meet many familiar faces, Sir Rich, whom I saw earlier in the meeting. I'm trusting that he's still in. Now, for those of you who might not be familiar with me, I guess there are many new people in the room. I work at the Max Planck Institute for Chemical Energy Conversion. Chemical energy conversion is very broad, but specifically what I work on is what we call electrochemical energy conversion. In electrochemical energy conversion, what we do is we manipulate chemicals to produce electricity out of them. That's, for example, the mechanism that is behind the production of electricity in your battery that is powering your mobile phone right now, or if you are having a tablet or on your computer. So the battery that is in there is the lithium-ion battery, I would bet. And so what we do, that's the kind of chemical energy conversion that we're talking about. That is another chemistry that is related to using in the electrochemical technologies, and that's where you use electricity to run chemical reactions. So the motivation of my talk basically, which is going to be on the chlor-alkali industry and its prospects in Uganda, and building a whole integrated scale of industries that are allied to this chlor-alkali technology, begins with my expertise in electrochemical technologies. Now, what are the salt deposits that we have in Uganda? The conversation that I'm going to have with you is going to be centered around salt, value addition salt. And the conversation is how can we look at salt in a broader sense? Not as table salt, like many of us know about it, like the gentleman who was just presented about the various salt grades that they mine in Katwe. Mostly these are used for applications like preservation of hides and skins, some for cattle feeds, and the other is for human consumption. And we want to go a step further than that and look at salt as a mineral and exploit other more rewarding value chains than looking at salt as edible salt. Now, for those of you that are familiar with the region, the Western Rift Valley region, we have many crater lakes there, and these crater lakes, all of them are saline, and but the most popular one are Lake Katwe, Kasenyi, Chikorongo, and Chibiro. Is there a problem? Perhaps I hear some
You can
background.
share your screen. You can share the screen.
I share this, sorry. And then I hope that the host can, thank you. I'll then share it.
Permission to share the screen now.
Okay. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. I hope that my screen can be seen, moderator.
Yeah. It is visible. Maybe if you could zoom a bit, a little bit.
Let me put it in presentation mode. Is it, hopefully it's now large enough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What I was trying to say is that those of you that are familiar with the Western Rift Valley area, we have the following salt crater lakes that are all of them rich in salt. So now what I'm trying to present is how do we look at other more rewarding value chains that we can extract from salt by changing the way we look at it, not as a table salt, but as a raw material, and look at the alternative uses that we can do. On the left bottom is a picture that I took when I was at Lake Katwe visiting the dilapidated salt factory that was built in the early 1980s. That's the factory that the young gentleman has just talked about, which is non-functional at the moment. But the whole goal of this factory was to extract salt for edible purposes. And on the right, I'm visiting with a team of Uganda National Council for Science and Technology to make baseline, collect some baseline information about the lake. So behind you see the typical salt pans that are used for crystallization of the lake, mostly using solar light, like it was said. Now, what is in this salt? What does our salt contain? Now, there's a lot of work that has been done on establishing the composition of our salt deposits in Uganda. These studies date back actually to the beginning of the 20th century. For example, way back in the 1930s, for example, it was established that most of these salt lakes contained chlorides, carbonates, and sulfates, mostly of potassium and sodium. And what's very interesting, which is a distinction, was that the salinity of Lake Katwe was at least about 6 times higher than that of Lake Kasenyi. So the composition is the same, but it was richer in salinity. That means that you have richer salt deposits from this particular lake. Meanwhile, Chikolongo is predominantly a soda lake. Now, this information, Mr. Chris Lubanga Kene is more familiar with this. Actually, I took this from some of the slides that he presented some time back. So this information is available about what is inside the lakes. But beyond that, actually, very recently, I think around 2017, 2018, I brought some salt samples with me to Germany, and we established their composition using what we call a very sensitive technique that we call the inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer. And with this, we were able actually to establish other smaller, other elements that are present in smaller quantities. For example, we could identify, surprisingly, some neodymium deposits in these lakes. And you have some silicon in there, you have some aluminium inside there, which comes from the mud, and something which is not surprising. Now, what you notice, like the young man just said, all these salts, the various grades that are mined, there's something that is lacking. We can refine this salt and increase its market value, even when it is used as edible salt. But we can even do a lot better when we industrialize the processes and we look at the refined salt as a raw material for the chlor-alkali industry that I'm going to speak about later today. Now, what I did with a team of students at Chambogo University a couple of years ago, we developed methods how we can purify the salt, targeting all the elements that we had identified. So there are these protocols that we developed, and which we think that this can be used. I listened to Joy from from UNDP about development minerals. I think we interacted some time back about how could we bring this technology closer to the salt miners so that we reach some form of agreement how they can use our technology to up value their salt, the salt that they mine, and increase increase their livelihood so they can derive more value from that salt. Now, these procedures are this intellectual property that I think can be shared with some form of agreements with the local salt miners, which is something we're trying to engage on with Madi through Frank to try to reach a memorandum of understanding how this technology can be used with the salt miners to remove all these minerals and prepare and increase the value that they get from the salt. Now the other constituents that you get in the salt, besides the salt that we're interested in, which is edible salt, sodium chloride, you also have inside there some sulfates, some carbonates, hydrocarbonates, you have some bromine in there, and you also have some traces of iodides. So these are some of the other salts that are present in the salt, whose composition, this can be really, with easy chemical treatment procedures, be targeted and removed from the salt to improve its commercial value. Now, for the chlor-alkali industry that I'm going to speak about, this is an industry that requires highly refined salt of the highest grade because the technology is easily poisoned when you have any impurities in the salt. Now, the chlor-alkali industry, the way it sounds, you can actually imagine chloro is for chlorine and the alkali is mostly for caustic soda, is an industry that exploits salt as a raw material by running electricity through a concentrated solution of salt. You produce chlorine, elemental chlorine, as one of the major products, and then on the other side, you produce sodium hydroxide. Now, these are massively used chemicals, even when we do not know what they do, but these are some of the most massively used chemicals globally, and the value chains are very big. Now, when you look at the market value of salt globally, edible salt contributes at most 7% of the commercial value of salt. The other 39% is in plastics, and the main one here is polyvinyl chloride, the PVC, the storage tanks that you see, the water conduits, all those pipes that are of plastic nature are from PVC, and that's the biggest market of chlorine. Chlorine also has many other uses, but before I come to those, I'll just show you the technology in a very simplified way. Now, the chlor-alkali industry, just basically, the inputs are brine. Let me hope that my laser pointer can work here. You have brine here, which is what it feeds on. On the other side, you put in water. Now, there are other technologies, but the technology I'm going to talk about today, which is the state of the art, because we're trying to migrate away from the mercury cell technology and from a technology that was based on a diaphragm, which used to use asbestos because of their toxic nature. So these are being actually decommissioned. The technology that's being promoted uses membrane technology. So here in the middle, you see a membrane. So what this does is you feed in brine, water on the other side, and electricity. But as a footnote here, this is an energy-hungry industry. So it feeds on a lot of electricity. So you put in this electricity, but fortunately, we have a lot of solar around Lake Katre. So this could come from solar energy, which Mark mentioned, that needs smart technologies that are climate friendly. Mark, you also touched on climate change. So it would be nice that we can really exploit. The whole Lake Katre region is very windy and has a lot of rich abundant in sun. So we can use the sun to power such cells, produce caustic, produce chlorine, and produce hydrogen. Now, hydrogen this is a conversation we can have another time, but some of you might have begin hearing about the emergence of hydrogen as one of the key energy molecules that are likely to play a very significant role in transforming us from polluting energy systems to a very clean energy system. That is something that we work on, and we can actually, at a country level, discuss strategically how can Uganda benefit from the emerging prospects that the hydrogen economy offers. Now, after you produce your these primary chemicals, each of these actually has a very extensive value chain that one can follow. Caustic, for example, is used in producing soaps and detergents. So each of you has interacted with the chlor-alkali industry before you came here today. On the other hand, chlorine, in Uganda we use chlorine for disinfecting our water, and the sodium hypochlorite, or it could be a chlorate in water disinfection, which has kept public health, which for high public health standards. And then hydrochloric acid, a massively used chemical in metallurgy, in what we call electrowinning, where you use this to purify elements. Then, now caustic here, Felix, I'm sure that you are conversant with the process of petroleum refining. When you pump petroleum from the ground, it contains some mineral traces. Now, to remove those mineral traces, you typically wash the petroleum with caustic soda in a process we call caustic washing, which will remove all those mineral impurities before it is pumped, sent to the refinery for separating it into the various fractions. So this industry can also support our oil refining aspirations, as we know our country. Now, to produce 1 ton of aluminium, and this is not the session to talk about the various uses of aluminium, but you need at least 100 kilograms of caustic to produce 1 ton of aluminium. So that is how important some of these the uses are. And caustic is also used in the paper industry, for in the hides and skins industry, in the leather industry, let's call it. Then chlorine, I'm going to share in a moment what we call the chlorine tree. I know that Savage is very fond of this chlorine tree that I presented to him some time back, an extensive chain of what one could use chlorine for. In the plastics industry, for example, also in making polyurethane foams that we slip on, the PVCs, which including engineering plastics that you find on parts of your car. And then in the chlor-alkali industry, hydrogen could be used for producing hydrochloric acid and the other chains that come along it. But chlorine is also a molecule that finds itself in pharmaceuticals. It's used in pesticides. It's used in herbicides. So the value chains are very extensive if we break them down one by one. Now, the hydrogen that we produce here, if this is not really, this is not one of the major products, but a byproduct. This would be, if you produce this using solar energy, then it would be green hydrogen. One can use this in a small ammonia plant, which then creates a small fertilizer industry. And this would go a long way in trying to secure the supplies of fertilizers, which we know at the moment are mostly imported from the outside. Now, as I mentioned before, that the whole process just feeds on water, brine, and electricity, and then you produce these primary products. Each of them has very extensive value chains. Now, the chlorine tree, which you unfortunately not be able to see in the presentation mode, but I will share these slides. You can take a look at, you begin from salt, produce chlorine, and chlorine ends up in, chlorine is the most active chemical agent that we chemists use in a variety of chemical conversions. So you will look at each of these and you're going to find that you are familiar with at least one of these. You can extract a lot of value. For example, if you go into specialty chemicals, including the pharmaceuticals, where these, where the gain on investment can be considerably substantial. But it begins with first creating the primary industry before you can derive the benefits of these other secondary and tertiary industries. Now, in the same way, caustic, which I've already mentioned here, I've summarized some of its uses, which are big uses. It's also water treatment, the foods industry, the paper and pulp industry, the minerals industry. So the phosphates industry. So these are big industries. Now, I don't have the numbers, but because of a little technical glitch, but I've presented this before during the Minerals Conference and also during the Presidential Investors Roundtable sessions. The chlor-alkali industry, actually, its value represents over 50% of the market value of all the European chemical industry combined. That means you bring the petroleum industry plus all the other industries, still their combined value is not as much as one extracts from the value chains that the chlor-alkali industry gives you. Now, here is a small scheme that shows some of these industries, which would be the low-hanging fruits, which do not involve very complex conversions that a country like Uganda could focus on before we make small gradual steps into the more sophisticated industries like the pharmaceuticals. So these I've mentioned already, just to reiterate, like from the industry, the primary products are hydrogen, chlorine, and caustic. For each of these, I've shown what are the primary products that we could focus on, for example, soaps and detergents, petroleum refining, in mining, other mining operations like in aluminium, as I just underlined, that for every ton of aluminium that you produce, you need at least 100 kilograms of caustic. For that, paper and pulp industry, and also as a laboratory reagent. So these are things that are within reach, so I call them low-hanging fruits that we can pay attention to and try to see if we can create allied industries to the chlor-alkali industry targeting these products. Then for the chlorine industry, one can target solvents, including also liquefied chlorine for water disinfection. If we can produce this locally within the country. Regretfully, I don't have the numbers, but Sir Rich, you recall that we worked out these numbers with you, knowing how much National Water and Sewage Corporation loses to import water disinfectants, and most of these salts extracted from the chlor-alkali industry. There's a lot of savings on our imports of these chemicals to disinfect our water, which is something which is a big market locally. And then the petrochemicals, this is very wide. When we begin refining operations, there are many values that we can derive from this, and this can lead to a wide range of products, solvents, organic synthesis, and so forth. But a very big industry, the vinyl chloride industry, which leads to the PVC, is one that certainly one has to keep an eye on. And then the other smaller industries that are associated with the hydrogen industry. You produce your hydrogen, nitrogen comes from the air. In a simple Haber-Bosch reaction, that's how we call it, you produce ammonia, giving way to fertilizers. And the ammonia industry also leads to nitrates, and the nitrates can lead to very interesting chemistry of explosives, but this is all a classified part of chemistry. And then in energy production and the other things. Now, listening to many of you, and it's not, we can agree on one thing, that indeed our continent is mineral rich. In the former presentations that we have listened to. But what is the missing link really? What has not enabled us to use our mineral wealth into, why are we delaying to convert this wealth into empowering our people for the social better social well-being of our people. What's the missing link here? I'm very impressed by efforts, for example, of the African Union to have this common African mining vision and all the other initiatives. But I think we have very sobering lessons when we look at countries like Japan and South Korea that are resource-poor countries, but who have instead invested a lot in the human capital. So it's not only about having resources that's going to make us wealthy. So I would like to see models that also really try to focus more on empowering, creating a human resource that can help us to tap into all this wealth and create a better well-being for our people. Now, Frank, you touched on research and development. And being from the academia, this is something that I'm very passionate about. Now, what are we doing? Now, the innovation pipeline is structured in the following way, that you have normal basic education in the primary and secondary education, where people get to know some basic knowledge on things. And then you people have listened to we have talked about the government can do its role in maybe surveying and knowing where are these minerals. But if the middle link is missing, R&D, which can then really provide impetus to the industry, which will then uptake the R&D innovations. And R&D innovations are mostly, these are research intensive, and these are done by academic institutions and specialized research institutions. Now, why am I emphasizing on this? Now, it's because to really industrialize, the industry that we need around our mineral wealth will require technology. And this technology, we do not have it. Either we have to import it or we have to grow it. Now, importing technology is very expensive. And this is a whole topic that we can have a different session to discuss the challenges around technology transfer. Now, if there's really genuine willingness for technology transfer, then we should not have waited this long to have these technologies. So it is high time that we really focused our attention on how R&D can ease the processes of technology transfer. When you invest in research, so some of you can create your own knowledge, but through R&D you can have cooperations or collaborations that make technology transfer much more easier, especially if you're talking about, for now we talk about north to south technology transfer mostly. Now we can make, but how could we build the African ecosystem, research ecosystem, that especially also intensifies south to south technology transfer? But that begins by building robust STI systems within the African continent, so that you can empower institutions to grow their own technology. So this needs to be built in a well-coordinated manner, a robust system that is sustainable, and this I hope that can also be the vision of embedded within the bigger African mining vision. Now the idea of we won't catch up. And the IP and the IP and the technology transfer are very complex and often very expensive. And the problem is that technologies evolve. So today you might import a technology in the country, which a few years down the road is obsolete. So those that have the comparative advantage because they invested sustainably will always have leverage over you. So I think that we need, as we advocate for to unlock our mineral wealth into the well-being, better well-being of our people, we need to really look at how can R&D also play a big part in that. I think, Mark, you also mentioned this. You mentioned about the research centers that you mentioned about. Now, I call these convergence centers of innovation, which I think we have called this, I think, technology parks, where you bring together various players of technology, because technology by its nature is interdependent. when you are manufacturing cars, maybe you do not make the glass that you need for the windows, maybe you don't make the seats that you need for the cars. The neighboring, so it's an ecosystem. To build a robust innovation ecosystem or a robust industry, you have to be cognizant of the fact that technologies are interdependent. And so I embrace the idea of research centers, and I hope these efforts can be accelerated and intensified so to build convergence centers of innovation. These would help us avoid market failure, where you have standalone technology that cannot compete against bigger established technologies. Because that means you'd have to rely on imported technologies. By building centers of convergence of innovation, you can help avoid market failure, which is the goal that our governments can play, and maybe the African Union can also coordinate this at the continental level. And of course, when we talk about R&D funding, we're talking about funding. We need to also examine really what are the obstacles that dissuade our governments from committing, our governments and continents from committing more resources for R&D. Now, one thing that I keep mentioning often is that in the science sector, like in chemistry where I am, if you give a university some resources to do science, because the research is dependent on a lot of technology. You need to investigate, for example, microbes. Then you need high-resolution microscopes, which you maybe have to import from South Korea or Japan. So typically, we spend a big chunk of R&D budgets to import these technologies, and that is capital flight. You get this money from your primary production, and then in the attempt to do R&D investments, you end up losing money to import the technologies. And that's why we need to build these convergence centers of innovation that can help and then make them robust and strong, that we can avoid losing capital that's generated from primary production when we attempt to do R&D investments. Now, this is what I wanted to share with you today. In the background, like I mentioned, we're having conversations with Frank how we could help the communities around Lake Katwe to, in the short term, use some of these purification protocols that we developed so that they can benefit from better, higher value salt instead of selling the rock salt that we saw. And then as a more longer term vision, which is, this I think would have made a lot of efforts if I was, a lot of progress if I was more present in the country in terms of mobilizing resources to accelerate, to build our chlor-alkali and integrated industries. But I think I'm very happy to associate with Madi, and I hope that with your energy, Frank, it can support that we make we accelerate this effort towards realizing a chlor-alkali industry for all the benefits that I've highlighted. So that is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful discussions at the end. Thank you very much.
And that gives us a reason as to why we need to keep thinking about how to add value on our minerals, because actually minerals have birthed this kind of technology. How would we have really gotten his insights and his presentation? Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, rich as it was. We are going to welcome, I think, our last presentation from Wesley's presentation. Then we shall have the question and answer session for just a few minutes. Then we can wind up. and close our day. So Wesley, you are very welcome to come and give us your presentation.
Greetings, everyone. I'll make this short and quick, seeing as this one of the last of the day, so that we can get straight to the questions. If you have my presentation for me, please. Excellent, thank you.
Hey, Frank Jr. Hey, Frank Jr.
Is that me?
Yeah, right here. Oh, yeah.
Someone's sound is still on. Okay, we'll go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today. Like I said, I'm going to make this very quick. I'll be speaking on creativity, innovation, and the importance of women and youth in the mineral sector. As I said, my name is Frank Wesley. I'm in charge of operations. Sector can equip youth with knowledge and expertise needed to contribute meaningfully to the value addition of our minerals. These programs can bridge the gap between academic learning and practical application, which has been mentioned here before already. And thanks to Dr. Massa, who mentioned also the Convergence Center for Innovation, which is technically the same thing. We'll move on swiftly here. Now, inclusive development demands the active participation of women who form an integral part of our society. Gender equality is not just a matter of justice, but a prerequisite for progress and sustainable growth. By ensuring equal and safe opportunities for our women and fostering an environment that nurtures their potential, we unlock a vast pool of talent, ideas, and perspectives that are necessary to the ecosystem of value addition. Having more women in key leadership positions creates roles that are vital for a multitude of reasons. Women's perspective, experiences, and approaches offer diverse viewpoints that enrich decision-making in male-dominated areas. Their inclusion brings numerous benefits that contribute to well-rounded and successful outcomes. Just to touch on quickly as well, we have diverse perspectives here, collaborative decision-making, creativity and innovation from a different perspective, once again, stability focus, workforce development, and I wanted to just touch on some of these examples here quickly. A study by McKinsey and Company found that companies with more diverse leadership teams include gender diversity, were 21% more likely to outperform their counterparts in terms of profitability. According to the World Economic Forum, gender diversity contributes to better business performance by providing a range of perspectives, experiences, and skills that lead to more innovative and adaptive solutions. And in a report by BCG, companies with above average diversity scores reported innovation revenue that was 19 percentage points higher than companies with below average diversity scores. There are several examples here. I'll do just one more. Female leadership has been linked to improved corporate social responsibility practices and stronger focus on environmental sustainability, as indicated by research by Harvard Business School. Thus, incorporating women into creative, innovative, and leadership roles in the mineral sector is not only it does not only address gender disparities, but also drives progress and innovation. Their unique contributions foster a more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous future for the industry and the society at whole. Now, this is where the heart of the presentation, and I think where we can kind of bring home today's event, kind of kicks in. We need an ecosystem that can bring all these elements and more together. Investing in innovation hubs, mineral research facilities, and creative centers for value addition is a great place to start. Africa's socioeconomic development and the future of its sustainability is dependent on how well we act and adapt today. Africa too is making significant strides in harnessing this capacity. Not only do we serve as hubs for technological advancements, but also as platforms for collaborative networking, which has also been mentioned, and knowledge sharing. It is a place where visionaries come together to form solutions to specific tasks, and the mineral sector has very specific problems that need very unique problems to be solved. Diversification of economies. This is some of the things that these innovation hubs can bring to the continent and help us with. Diversification of economies. Many African countries heavily depend on few key industries such as agriculture or raw material extraction, which makes their economies vulnerable to market fluctuations. By investing in innovation hubs, mineral research facilities, and science research centers, and creative centers, countries can diversify their economies and reduce their dependence on a single sector. This leads to greater economic resilience and stability. For example, Rwanda's innovation hub in Kigali, or Kigali, whichever one, Innovation City has helped diversify its economy beyond agriculture. By promoting tech startups and research initiatives, it has contributed to its impressive growth. Value addition is another example here. I'll give for an example here from Ethiopia. Their leather industry has shifted from exporting raw hides to producing finished leather products, resulting in higher income, job opportunities. This was achieved through investment value addition centers, like we mentioned here. Job creation as well. The iHub in Kenya has contributed to the creation of thousands of tech-related jobs, supporting the growth of the country's technological center. The examples could go on. I'm not sure if this will... So we had a video there of one of the innovation centers that we just wanted to show you. It plays just quickly. Egypt's Technological Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, TIEC, has nurtured numerous technology startups contributing to the country's rich-driven economic transformation. Investing in innovation hubs, mineral research facilities, and creative centers for value addition is not only vital for our economic growth and development, but also for fostering a sustainable future. Wow. This is less dependent on external factors and more driven by local capabilities and ingenuity. In conclusion, let us empower our youth, provide equal and safe opportunities for our women, and create an ecosystem that celebrates innovative thinking and entrepreneurship. By doing so, we will not only add value to our minerals, but also drive industrialization, spur technological advancement, and uplift our communities. Let us remember Genesis 1:27, where it states, God created man in his own image. We are created in the likeness of a creator. Bestowed within us is an inherent creative capability. It is our mandate to harness and nurture this potential.
Top 10 technically advanced countries in Africa.
Thank you. It is our mandate to harness and nurture this potential, for within each of us lies the power to imagine, create, and transform the continent to the Africa we want. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, Wesley. Whenever young person is talking, the future is talking, another generation is talking. So I'm happy that out of this meeting, we have a dialogue with ministry, stroke government, and EU. And I really want to emphasize that one of the key issues to be discussed in that dialogue should be the element of how to take care of our youth in the mineral sector and their concerns and their the gaps that are within their role. Facilities are very vital, very, very vital. So thank you, Wesley. We are trying to finish our day It's been such a productive day. We will have one last presentation online via Zoom. The tech team, are you ready? There are two? Okay. The role of the youth in the mineral development. Mr. John. Okay. Mr. John Johannes, please if you can hear me. Can he hear me? Not yet. I would like to request him to be a bit faster so that we close this day on time without really going beyond our scheduled time. Thank you very much. Mr. John Johannes, you are welcome.
Magok, yeah.
Thank you very much. Am I audible now?
Anders.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Need to take off.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to be sure if my screen is also visible.
Yes, please. We can also see your screen. Nile Youth. Is that the right one?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Madi for inviting me to this national workshop on minerals. And it is also a pleasure to represent the voice of the young people. I am John Johannes. I am from the land of great abundance. That is the Republic of South Sudan. I'm currently working with the African Union Commission under the Mineral Resources Unit. I also do a couple of activities with the young people across the continent. And to start, I know you have been attending this workshop since morning, and the time is going. I will be very brief on this. I just want to give the insight on the mining aspect. When you look at the mining as a field, we always say that if it can be grown, it must be mined. And proudly, I know the field. I spent 5 years to study mining engineering, and it's worth it. Unfortunately, the number of young people enrolling into mining engineering nowadays is reducing. And if you want to industrialize Africa, we want to take the skills and knowledge and innovation seriously, and those start at the universities. And our world is dependent on minerals, all the materials. Whatever we touch, it has some minerals elements somewhere. So if you look at the global trend in this politic of greener future or new technology, it needs minerals. At the end of the day, they don't come out of blue. We have to get our minerals out for us to have those smart technologies and the smartphone and the laptop that we are using today. So if we look at the element of sustainability, it needs mining. So for us to encourage young people to join this sector, we need to ensure that it is promising for young people to make the necessary advancement that they want. And if you look at the field, especially encouraging young people to join the natural resources fields like mining engineering and others, to help to understand the technical side that the policy missed. And if you look at the policy in our national level, at the continent also, that element of technicality, the practicality of policies is missing. And if we are grooming young people to understand how to operate a mine, that will facilitate the application of the policy that we have across the continent. If you look at the Africa Mining Vision, for example, it talks about environment, it talks about value addition, it talks about all the good things. But if we have more skills in the ground that understand how to operationalize all these policies, I'm sure we can lift our continent into a different level. So I'm encouraging young people to look at mining from innovation side, because nowadays the artificial intelligence are taking space, computer science, a lot of enrollment in that side. But if we look at the minerals, it's a promising field, and it will remain there as our future is metallic. We can't avoid metals in our future. So from that understanding, how can we capitalize on the field of minerals development? So it's good that to think that minerals are part of our future. But of course, we will not just be proud because we have them in the ground, but we need to see ways on how to add those minerals. When coming to the value addition into our minerals, there are some initiatives that I'm part of, and other young people also are contributing to this move. For instance, in the Nile Basin, we have this institution, the Nile Youth Development Actions, and our aim is to support young people, especially on the resource sectors like agriculture, energy, and mining, because, wherever we go back, these three main sectors are the foundation for everything. If we look at the Industrial Revolution, it can't happen without those main sectors. So why don't we encourage our young people to go back into agriculture, to go back into energy, to go back into mining? Because these are the foundation for everything. Whether it is a fourth industrial revolution or fifth or sixth, whatever number it is, it requires those basic sectors, especially when it comes to natural resources. So our aim is to encourage more inclusive engagement for young people to be on board, and also to make the field more attractive to young people, because nowadays these mining field are not that attractive to young people. But some, like when we try to professionalize it, there is a tendency of young people not staying for 5 years to study mining engineering, for example, but they are happy to go into a gold rush to get that piece of gold for them to have, some cash. So why don't we balance our need for those minerals and professional need? Because for us to industrialize, we need those skills. We need the innovation that we want to have for our countries and continent to prosper. The other initiative that I want to share with you, it is the Council of African Youth in Minerals. And this initiative, it is initiated by the young people who came together. It is almost 6 months old, but I'm glad also to see our brother Frank there, who is part of this initiative, and other young people across the continent. And the aim of this institution is to bring together young people and involve them in the mining industry. Not only the one who is studying mining, like mining engineers or geologists, but whoever associated to the mining sector. You can be a seller, you can be a dealer, you can be someone who is mining and artisanal small scale mining. We need young people to have this body for us to find solution. How do we use the mining sector as a source of employment for the young people? Also, to promote entrepreneurship, because technology is advancing. Our young people have the energy and they have the innovation. But how can we, transfer those knowledge into mining field? For example, the artisanal small scale mining in the gemstone sector. It is something that young people can really find, good businesses. They can establish, a better way of engaging with gemstone or any other artisanal small scale mining. In fact, if they can come together and digitalize the way minerals are sold in Africa, it could be also a new innovation that we are using. The other initiative that we want to capitalize on, it is the African Continental Free Trade Area. That is promising Africa to trade among itself. And we don't want to be left out as young people. So we want to use our skills to find ways of investment and also to professionalize our businesses so that we can capitalize on this big market. It is not for big corporations. It also gives opportunity for young people, small and medium-sized enterprise, if we are organized and have the quality products that qualified for this market. So these are the opportunities that the Council of African Youth in Minerals is pushing. I will stop here, and for any for any coordination, or if you want to follow up of what we do, our links, the social media links are there, and I'm happy to be part of this process. And thank you to Dr. Frank Mujeni for inviting me. You are always a mentor for young people. Keep doing that, sir. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, our dear brother John. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, but mostly for keeping time. We are almost at the end of our day. I thank each one of us for being present and patient. You have really been the best thing that can happen to us today. We are having our very, very last presentation, and after that we'll have a wrap-up and remarks from our chairman and founder Madi, and then we'll have called it our day. We'll have a snack outside waiting for us. If you can still hold on longer with us and take a cup of tea, it would be our pleasure. We would really appreciate that. So let's have our last presentation from Oklahoma. The tech people, are you ready? And please confirm to us if you can hear us, so that we know that your sound is through and can reach the audience. Sam? Sam, can you hear us? I'm being told that Sam has dropped off the call. I don't know whether it is a technical challenge.
I'm trying to get him back on.
Okay. In the meantime, if someone would like to make a comment or to say something, maybe this is an opportunity we can utilize as we wait for Sam to connect again. If you have a question, if you have a comment, if you'd like to say something in regards to our day today, please feel free, so that we don't finish the day. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, all of you. My name is Halima Nasaka from Katwe Kavatoro Town Council. I appreciate for what I have heard here. Even it is my first time to step here at the parliament. I'm really happy. And when I go back, I just got my place. I have a group of salt market vendors, and others are salt winners. I'm going to tell them what I have heard from here to make more experience. Thank you.
Can we please clap for Halima? What an amazing lady, all the way from the farthest part of Western Uganda. Thank you, Halima, and please send our regards. I have been there myself. A few months back we came there, and I have seen what an experience Katwe is. If you haven't gone anywhere in Uganda, and if you haven't appreciated how gifted naturally we are, please it's your opportunity to visit Halima's place. We have natural gifts. Anyone else, please? Would like to say something or comment? I can see my senior from the ministry here, one of the passionate people I know. I'd like to give an opportunity for him to say a word or two. This is a sector he has been in for such a long time, with a lot of experience and passion. Here is an opportunity for you, sir.
Honorable Chair, my brother Mugenyi, I have to apologize myself and you because we have had enough of meetings. Even yesterday I was here. You know, being in the government, you have to be everywhere. We had service delivery yesterday. Today we had other meetings. We are discussing some issues on the other side of the office of His Excellency. So I had to escape. Now I'm here to say something small. You know, very addition, as we have heard, to me, we have been guided by His Excellency the President on very addition for a long time. All of us, you know where to go. And when we started, first of all, let me introduce myself. I've been in the energy since I started working. I've been there since 1994. As a young man, we started exploring for geothermal. I didn't have beard, now I see my chair is changing. So I've been in the area where I've not moved, but doing problem solving. So when we started exploration, actually there was no information. Most of these minerals were hidden by thick soil and forests. Now, you know, we discovered minerals, including the rare earth. Rare earth was not known in the country many years ago. Sir Rich was there, I think he talked about it. So in other words, where we are now, in Uganda, we have a lot of mineral targets and potential. But what we have been doing now, we need to improve to understanding them. That is from now exploration, development. Development means digging them, processing them, adding value until the final product. You have the microphone, you have the phone, and so on. So now you can see the long journey we are moving. We didn't have all this information. We used to know about copper in Kilembe when we were studying, some of us. And I think another one was phosphates. I think another one, they used to talk about asbestos. Asbestos now is a cancerous. It's no longer a mineral that of value to talk about. So Uganda has so many minerals. But what we have known now, you have heard about the graphite. The mine is going to take place. The minister talked about it. You have heard about the rare earth. You have heard about the gold. Now, if you're adding value now, she's not putting on a gold necklace. I'm not putting on any ring. Maybe I need a gold ring. These are the issues now. You people are talking about gold. We are exporting some of it. Very addition. If, for instance, some women of Uganda were putting on gold necklaces and gold rings, now who is adding value on gold? To the destination of a ring, every day there are marriages. And all these beautiful ladies and handsome men, they need rings. So how much is a gold ring? In Dubai. So when we're talking about value addition, there are some of the things we need to do now. When I was growing, I found that cementing a house was very difficult because cement was very, very expensive. Even in some countries, I think they are not producing cement like Uganda. Because we have the resource now, we have 8 cement factories. For us, when we were growing up, I think there was Hima Cement, and later on Tororo. Now there are many more. So the young people are building now, they're finding it very easy to build houses because the cost of building a house has reduced because some of the local materials we use are here with us. So now value addition on limestone is complete. I had 2 days ago, the president talked about more factories of cement coming up. So therefore, improving the household means living in a good house. A good house is cemented, is built to last long, and so on. So to me, therefore, the value chain of many minerals, from the good housing to high tech, we need to invest in this area. Agriculture has moved because they created agricultural research centers. We have narrow. In geoscience, we don't have any geoscience research center. I think His Excellency Ambassador and the chair of the session, you remember. Now, to add value on these minerals, we need to do research. How will you understand that you can make a mineral in this direction when you have not done research? I had the presentation of Massa. Now we talk about energy storage. How do you store the energy when you don't know the minerals which have the capacity to be big capacitors? Underground, you store the energy you produce. In Uganda, we're going to produce a lot of electricity. But you know you can also store electricity by passing it through a charger. Now, can we think about research and energy storage when we don't understand the minerals with the capacity to make capacitors that you can even pass through electricity as you generate it? When it is off, like a blackout, then the other one also can make a backup. But how do you do that? Research. But now count how many research institutions in this country are doing value addition-oriented research. In medicine, we have many. In the engineering and Industrial Research Institute is doing many. But in minerals, I don't think there is any. So to break through in this, I think my brothers and sisters, we need to advocate a national institute for research, National Geo-Research Institute for value addition. Because now we talk about diamonds. Even if we discover them now, we need to improve them. Gold, we have to improve it. Rare earth, we have to get it out of the... So to me, this conference and this meeting, the biggest conclusion should be, we have already built the universities. We have Ustema, we have Makerere University and others, Chambok, we have it in the presentation. So the demand we should need is a value addition research center, which is geared to material science, that you can be able to do. These who have left school from geology, I heard one was talking about they have left school, they don't know. They can now go there and start to do their work. Some of those who want also to start building chips, Silicon Valley, we have the sand. And me, when I was, last year we were doing research on mineralization and lightning. But the lightning you see is also connected to mineralization. And the property of these things to happen, you must store a dielectric, you must store charge. And to do that, you must understand dielectric constant of materials. And that's the principal science that builds capacitors. So if you're going to build capacitors, you need to study the clay, you need to study the sand, and all those things, therefore, you are supposed now to move now to making some of these things, the phones and so on. And therefore, if you study the science of making the batteries, then you are able to start saying that we can also make our own batteries. Then we don't need to export lithium. Now we can also start making our tin for canning the beef, the beans, and so on. To me, Chair, I think you need to help us, that we need to build our own capacity by doing research, and through that, then we strengthen the value addition arm of government, and then we shall be able to see the everlasting value on minerals. That's, I think, my recommendation and opinion. Then on exploration, let me comment about it. For us in exploration, we have identified enough targets, which now need a private sector to take over to develop the extraction, meaning that you have quantified the minerals. You have seen Wagagai. Abebe was working with us for a long time. He discovered a mine. Chaguranye was working with us. Now he has been working with the reserve minerals, rare earth minerals. So when you focus on a target, and out of the 18 targets we developed in the country, only 3 I can talk about: the graphite Orom, graphite, the Makutu rare earth, and the Wagagai. That one I know their numbers. One is 35, 13. Orom was not given a name. So I know them. But the rest of them, they are located in the country. What is happening? Investors who get the licenses, do you know what they do? They go to London to collect for money, put it on their own arms, go somewhere else. They don't come back here. So even licensing or anyhow is not good. We need people who are licensed to focus on a target and work on it, develop it into a mine. And when we have reached the level of value addition and development, then you can say, okay, now we can talk like Wagagai, you can talk like Orom, graphite, and also like in other projects we talk about. But some of the people we get, sometimes they speculate, they hold licenses for a long time, then the sector doesn't move. And I think there we also need to advise the licensee group to ensure that whoever is going to get the license must have been evaluated critically and he has the capacity in terms of the technical means. He has the people, he has the engineers, he has the routes, he has the equipment, and also he has the money. And also he can mobilize the technology. And if you have not presented that direction of approach, then you are not given a license. But if you are going to be given a license to take to London Stock Exchange to mobilize capital, and then you go to another country, 3 years down the road you come back here, sitting on the resource of Uganda, I think that one I don't share the view in that direction. Chair, I submit, thank you so much for giving me for being away, but at least also my coming here has added a voice. Thank you very much.
Please let's clap for our senior scientist in the house. Thank you very much. I think you see why I appreciated him giving remarks.
And that's a very good key recommendation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Wesley would have loved to shake his hands because he has mentioned of a value addition institute. And that meets some of his concerns. So are we set for Sam?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I would love to hear if Sam can hear us, and then we give him, please note that we are supposed to be here by not later than 5 sharp. So the next presentation, please make sure at least you don't go beyond a few minutes because then this is a government facility and they would want to close it on their time. Thank you. Sam, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Okay. You are welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You are welcome to present now.
Okay, that's great. Yes, my name is Sam Cooper. I'm first want to thank Frank and all the Madi staff for inviting me to this workshop. And I look forward to, I wish I could have been there, but I was just in Zambia last month, and so I had to stay home and work. So anyway, I do appreciate the invitation and hope that we can bring you some good information this afternoon in Uganda. Frank, I'm going to bring up my PowerPoint presentation and we'll see how that works. So, is that working on your end? Hello.
Not yet, Sam. We can only see your, I think you need to turn on your video, please. Okay. That's now okay, a bit.
Okay, let's see if I can adjust this. So, that's pretty dark, isn't it?
You can, we can see you clearly, even though of course it's not as bright, but in the interest of time, we do not have much time, I think. You can just go on and we'll carry on. That's okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna do the screen share. And I'm going to bring in my So, am I still with you? Hello?
Yes, Frank, you're still with us. Please share your presentation.
Am I still with you?
Yes, yes, Sam.
Hello?
Hello, Sam. Yes, we are still with you.
Screen share. Now, are you seeing the presentation?
No, we are not seeing it. You can share your screen.
I think I have to share.
Get them share.
We were having technical difficulties earlier, and I'm hoping that won't be the case this time. Yes,
Project.
can you project the PowerPoint from there?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh. I think I have to do it now. Sam, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Hello, Sam. Can you hear me? Hello? He went off because even my phone, my computer switched off. Okay, so I'm just going to email him. No problem, let's conclude. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our national workshop, and I think you really deserve, I think my hands cannot really give you the hand clap that you really deserve, but our hearts are so filled with joy and gratitude that you've been so patient, you've participated, and it's really been successful. I'm going to request our executive director to give a word or two to close this event, and so we can leave this place. But we thank you so much once again, and we request that another time when we invite you, kindly, please join us, because we are still together in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My job today is the same job I started with this morning, to welcome you, and now I'm going to have to thank you so much for having stuck with us. I think you need to clap for yourselves. You've done great. As Madi, we are running these workshops as a series of workshops. We are going to continue, so you need to keep stay tuned for the next one. And probably next time we'll have more numbers of people. But Uganda as Africa is for us. So it is up to us to contribute to its development. Most of the times the laws that are made, the policies that are made, they are made in boardrooms and we don't know how they will affect our lives. But if we come out and have a participatory process in the implementation of them, then you can actually influence the policy makers. We have, for instance, Madam Halima, for all the way she says she's her first time to be here. If she speaks from, not from desktop research. She's speaking because she actually does it. And for Madi, we reach out to make sure that we work with the communities themselves, with the people. Because when you hear about the mining in the context of international development, or it's about mining, and then the citizens are referred to as the local communities. But in Africa, we don't have indigenous communities around mining enclaves. We have citizens around the mining areas. So when you go to Australia, for instance, the mining is surrounded by Aborigines because they are expired, they are extinct. You go to Canada, they also have the indigenous people where they are before. But in Africa, we are still the same. We are not, there is no like indigenous or our local community. We are all citizens. So minerals should contribute to our development. So the recommendations that are coming out from here are not going to stop from this bedroom. We had the minister, we had the EU, we had the partners. Now we had a very good recommendation from my colleague and best friend, also from the ministry, for having a research center to ensure that have research centers. And as he said, nationally, regionally, continentally, there are a number of institutions. You go to agriculture, there is IBA, there is all these, but African Union has only one institution that has been recently established, and which I was happy to be part of the establishment of the African Minerals Development Center. However, it is still only one. It's still doing a great job, but it's still the only. They are the people behind AMREC and so forth. But we need local institutions, we need regional institutions that can support the research, the innovation, the technological know-how, because we need minerals contribute to all sectors of the economy. In fact, minerals are the backbone of the economy. You don't have minerals, then you are not doing anything. And you'll be surprised that countries that don't have minerals are developed more than we are. You got Switzerland, is the industry of the continent. The watches are made, Swiss watch You don't wear, now we started having, what do we have as food, you know, which I knew was, what is it, is it Rolex? Now we know Rolex as an egg and a chapati, but Rolex is a big watch and uses minerals. Now, instead of branding our own minerals to produce Rolex, we are branding chapati and eggs to produce Rolex as a national pride. I mean, it's not, I'm putting it down, it's our national pride. You even have a national day for Rolex, but you don't even have a national day for gemstones, for geological information, for all this. So let's put our heads together to produce goods out of minerals and be proud of them. If we are flying a drone, say, oh, that drone was made by Chambogo Science Center, then you are talking. You have a command. But if you are going to be branding ourselves, I'm not saying it's bad, but unfortunately, even the chapati is not our original. It's a copyrighted from Swahili, so it's not our own. We have copied Swahili and an omelette, Spanish omelette, which is even not our own invention. And we have made a Rolex, which is okay, and you can find it in German, you can find it everywhere. It's now being marketed. But can we make Rolex of minerals and other things that can put us on the market? Or salt? We have had our salt is organic. You don't have to add anything. So why don't we say, this is salt, when you add in the food, you have taken out all the diseases because it's organic, has no anything else. It takes away diabetes, it takes away this. So let's be innovative. But to do that, we need centers like my colleague has referred to. We need innovation centers like the youth have called for. We need to actually put investment into all these things. And as I started with my presentation, we have 3 levels of economic growth. You have factor-driven economies where Uganda is. You have efficient and technological-driven economies where other countries are. Then you have innovation, where those who take our minerals are actually found. You'll find Japan, Korea, Malaysia, China. All these are innovative industries. They are no longer depending on factor-driven. You don't find anybody driving borders of this world and so forth, where I'm saying border is a bad thing, but anyway, how can we create jobs through border riding? When those guys have degrees and can actually create better jobs, that is disguised employment, as I would say. And yet we have resources. We have resources, others are not yet explored. If they put a center for research here, they said, okay, if you bring a test tube and put soil in this test tube, you can determine whether there is this mineral or this mineral. I mean, you have a mumbwa. Who knows a mumbwa? Everybody knows a mumbwa. It's eaten by pregnant women. That is a mineral. Nobody knows about a mumbwa. It is traditional knowledge. And we have not even scientifically gone into a mumbwa, the Baganda do. And even to get a mumbwa, you have to use another broken pot so that you don't lose those minerals. And they drink and they can produce without even going for antenatal. But we are not doing that. We are only waiting for, hey, I want to go for antenatal, I must go to the clinic and drink something that you don't know where it was made from. And yet our women are drinking a mumbwa, they drink soil, they do what is there? Omruruza, what is in? It is the quinine of this world. So why are we not doing the research for ourselves and say, I'm going to treat myself with this? We have the moringa, we have the neem tree, but we also have minerals. And the water we are drinking is a mineral. You know, you can actually get mineral water and drink without having to do processing. But we want to go and look for that one which has gone through machines and through chemicals. So let's go into research. Let's urge our member state, our countries, our government to invest in the young people, continue to do research, and then 2 years down the road, you'll find that we can actually add value to our mineral resources. Without research and development, without innovation centers, without creativity, we are not going to be able to add value because we are trying to copy others. And then we come here and we give them names. So I want to thank you for coming. Our recommendation will be going through to the ministry and other stakeholders. But as I said, stay tuned. Madi will be inviting you for yet another conference. As I said, these are series, but we also have a signature event called Madini that our moderator earlier on referred to. Madini is a Swahili word for resources. Last time we had it in 2021 was via Zoom. It's international. We are trying to make a continental one, and it will be physical. So we have to have it here, and it will be showcasing what we have, but how can we do them to benefit from them. So I want to thank you once again. I want to thank my team, which has done very good work I want to thank the media. I want to thank the guys who are doing preparing for our teas and so forth. And above all, thank you for coming. Come again. We are here to work with you, and we need your support to work with us. Thank you so much. Should I say you are going to close?
Thank you so much, our Executive Director, for the wonderful closing remarks. Once again, I want to add my voice to his to send our appreciation and gratitude to you, particularly people who have actually closed with us. People started with us, but because they had other engagements, they checked out, but you've made it to the end. We very, very much appreciate you, and we thank you so much. I think I have to close. I've been given an opportunity to close. So I declare this national workshop closed. Feel free to get out, and please, we have prepared some tea outside. You could maybe have a cup of coffee as we go back home. Thank you so much, and come again.